All right. I'm going to start, kind of give a quick overview, which I will repeat later as well. So, I'm doing a series of spaces where I will be talking about different topics, such as the two that I've already done. First one cover how to understand the job market, how to pick some of the trending techs, and then how use that information to pick one or two things that you can add to your profile by learning something or doing a project on it. And last week we talked about the networking technique. There was much interest during that time about writing online or building the presence, building your online presence. I originally thought that I will be covering that later in the game, but with the interview related item. But I thought that this required a dedicated space. So that's why I have created this one. Uh, Overall, at a high level, what I'm looking at, what I'm kind of thinking at, is a junior developer who have completed about 2 years of experience or three. They have built their foundation, and they are ready to project everything that they have learned, repackage and project everything that they have learned to the next employer for a higher pay. Um, it's almost like you rented your house to someone 2 years ago for a price, and your employer is still paying the same amount, even though you have renovated many of the areas. You probably have created another room or two room, all like learning new frameworks, as well as brushing your skill, gaining all the experience, gaining all um, so your employer is still paying you that old cost, old rent, and with these sessions, what we are trying to do is to bring all those, repaint the house, do the remodeling, and then giving it at a higher rent to a new employer. And with that, I wanted to welcome Uttar. Yesterday, he did a wonderful space. Um, so, welcome, Uttar, and uh, a huge welcome to Shruti. Shruti and I started joined Ship 30 for 30 last year, and we became friend at that point. Shruti created a product at that time, how to use the DM technique to build the relationship. She has a lot of experience around building online presence, as well as how to use that presence in different contexts. In this space, we will be talking more about how a junior developer with 2 to 3 of experience can utilize all this technique to acquire a higher paying job. I want to welcome Raviji. Last week we learned how how far he goes to help a person who reaching out to them for a referral, and there was different topic that we discussed there. And welcome to Aish, welcome to Ritik. It was great knowing you yesterday, Sam. All right, um, Shruti, welcome. I
Hey
want
Vinod.
I wanted to give a 30-second. Um, I want to give you an opportunity to have a pitch and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so good to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. It really means a lot. Um, hey everyone, I'm Shruti. I used to be a developer, worked in corporate for 4 years before quitting to start my own business, of own coaching business, right? So initially, it was the journey has been long. It's been 1 year, 8 months since I quit my corporate job. And now I help. It's very ironic that I'm here, to be honest, because I help people quit their corporate jobs and start their own coaching or consulting business. So I help people during the transition phase of, from quitting the corporate job to starting their own successful coaching consulting business and landing clients and setting up a business and everything. So that's who I am. Again, thanks a lot, for inviting me.
Yeah, so in this context, I think you did couple of years before you quit. So in this context, we will still talking about keeping them inside the company for now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Um, and 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 building online presence actually open up a lot of door for you that include some of the side business as well as converting your 9 to 5 into um, a full-time hustle, but obviously it takes a lot of time. It is a huge humongous topic which we cannot cover in entirety in couple of hours. So yes, at some point we can talk about that, we will talk about it, but for now, in this context, what we are talking about, a junior developer with 2 to 3 of experience has built the foundation, and now they're ready to start marketing themselves, and that's where some of the thing that we was talking last time is building and identifying some of the trending technology, adding that to their profile, their toolkit, and at the same time building the online connections. And then we're talking today is building the online presence, which is basically maximize everything that you're doing ultimately for one reason, right? Again, it can translate into 100 different outcome, but in this context, for one reason, that how you can attract more job opportunities through recruiters, hiring manager, building you from your friend, or different other mechanism. um, all right. Utap, thank you so much for being my co-host. Welcome. Big shout out to Utap.
Hey Vinod, thank you so much. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. It's Sunday. I hope it's your Sunday evening, probably in different part of the world. But hey, we're still in a weekend, so looking forward to hear some amazing, amazing speaker out here. Shout out to Vinod. He came to my space yesterday. It was my first space, so he literally just gave me a like he was a backbone, literally. So it was being nice. Got to hear a lot of people like giving a lot of insight, sharing their journey and whatnot. So yeah, it was pretty good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's start. Last time, Graham made a comment, so I will be more cautious this time. But this is my third Twitter space, and but I'm bringing all my transferable experience from running huge, big meetings in the corporate world. And there, I can have a 1 hour meeting with a solid agenda, and I can stick to my time and cover all the things with the with the notes and everything, right? So I'm bringing that. So I do have an agenda that I have posted in this at the top of this space, that what are the different things that we will talk about, but I will be more open this time as I'm getting more practice, so that nobody feel that I'm trying to limit what they can share. Also consider this a space is like an open source project where I brought agenda, I brought some of my points. I spent couple of hours yesterday and today to kind of build the outline, um, um, and some of the topic that can be very useful. But consider this as an open source project where I brought that, but then each of the speaker here will add and contribute to that topic. So by end of this space, it will be a consolidated learning from many people and not just me or other one other person, right? So consider that. That's how we will start at a very high level. What I'm thinking, or what I wanted to cover, what I feel like that will be beneficial for everybody who has joined this group, is to starting with what online presence actually means, right? And then we will talk about what are the different reasons that a junior developer can build and what are the benefit that they can get from it. Then what are the different platform, and obviously one of the things that I learned from Ship 30 for 30, that if I shoot for 10 platform, I will go nowhere. So stick to one, maximum two, whichever platform that you pick. And then we will talk about how and what are the different elements and what are the different steps that somebody can use. And that was my second um, the second tweet that I have included at the top of this space, that how a junior developer go through different stages, how I have gone through different stages of building my own online presence. And then we will talk a lot about uh, the mental inertia and mental blockage that we all have, that is stop ourselves or everyone, where we get in our own way to stop ourselves by take for not taking action. I shared last week that English was my biggest bottleneck, where I quit writing at least three times between 2006 and 2019, because I was so afraid. I was so conscious that my English is not good and I was making so many grammatical mistakes. And because of that, I quit three times. And But later, now I realize I should not have. Uh, with more practice, I would have become better anyway. All right, with that, what online presence mean? What So I will share my thought, and then I will open up the floor for other people. When as a junior developer, um, you have your online resume, right? That's number one. Then you have your LinkedIn profile, your portfolio website, your GitHub repository. Then there are so many forums like Stack Overflow, Reddit, many other, where you get information. And then there are blog website like Dev. There is Hash Node, I believe, Medium. There are other places as well. You what you what online presence in a basic nutshell is, you sorry you if somebody is searching for you, if somebody like a recruiter, for example, if you applied somewhere and if they try to find you, they can actually look, see what you have done at different places in um, um, and then also in the other way, if somebody is searching for, let's say a hiring manager is searching for a developer that fit their need, you will come up in their search result, and they will be able to see if, before even talking to you, if you are a good fit or not. And all right, with that, I wanted to open up the floor for other people if you want to share your thoughts about what online presence for a developer means. Yes, Aman, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for like the nice introduction, Vinod. And I mean, like I'm personally very close to this topic. And again, this is my second space that I'm doing with Vinod. And obviously, Vinod is amazing at moderating and handling these sessions and coming up with a very simplistic way and structuring it in a way that even imposters like me can also come up and easily speak up. So I want to like give a little bit of context and background about who I am, even though I don't think I've done anything special. So my name is Aman. I'm currently CTO and co-founder of Dinify, which is my fourth startup. The first three companies, one did okay, second one failed, and third one did good. And I've like continuously learning through all these process of what works for me and what doesn't. And over the course of last 10 years, in which I built these three companies, I have, I think, almost interviewed more than, I think, if not 1,000 candidates, and helping like more than 3,000 students around me get into tech and get different opportunities in MNCs. And personally, have mentored 100 students to get into good companies, FANG or MNCs, through my initiatives and through my blog articles and talks that I give. And I personally like benefited a lot from online presence, whether it was getting internships in my own career. I did 5 internships during my bachelor's degree, and through those internships, I got into working in startups, learning what works and what doesn't works, and then helping just leveraging the network to find my next startup, and then finding opportunities, bouncing off from Delhi to Singapore and now Miami. So I'll be happy to share like how basically online presence could be maintained. That kind of helps you compound and create a ripple effect, and also how you can network with individuals, not being creepy, which I was, I think, in the initial days. But I think I somehow learned on how to be not creepy and still be opening and welcoming towards networking. So thank you so much for the space, and happy to answer any questions throughout my journey if it can help somebody today.
Thanks, Aman. Um, I have many requests here. Just so you know that Twitter limit the number of speaker on the stage, so that's the only reason you're not able to. We are not able to accept, but everybody is welcome. Welcome, and anyone else want to share their thoughts on what online presence for developer means? Yes, Uttab, go.
I'd rather have Ravi go first because his insight is just really valuable than mine. So I'd rather let him go first.
Yeah, and thanks, Udva. So, thanks, Binod. First of all, you have invited me to join your space, and I think last space was very nice. So, I thought probably it would be better to continue the spaces which you are targeting for junior devs. It's very important, which I see. So yeah, obviously online presence is something which you, I think, already covered. The whatever platform we have, I think you have already mentioned that. So I will mention my experience. When I hire a junior dev, what I do, so what I look for. Okay. So I think I have interviewed too many junior devs during my 12 year of experience in software development. So I have interviewed software engineer, senior software engineer, architect also. So what I look for, so when I receive the CVs, so I receive the details of candidate along with the mostly what I look for is LinkedIn and GitHub profile. So what I search on that. So basically, obviously, the one match is something which has been done by the recruiter. That's why the profile has been sent to me for the technical evaluation, saying that okay, if his or her profile is fit for my project or not. So so first thing is that when I look into the LinkedIn, so obviously I see for the kind of post that person he or she is putting. Okay, what kind of comments he or she are doing. So it's not something I completely verify a LinkedIn profile, but I look for a few things and then I move to the GitHub. So GitHub is one thing which we are looking right now, and obviously this is something which in future will help you definitely. So obviously some of the companies are still focusing on the interview rounds and all, but companies are kind of moving right now to look for the GitHub profile. So what they are actually looking for. So obviously contribution is the one thing which you definitely do to the open source project or your own project, but one other thing is very important is the kind of communication you are doing. So what it means is basically, for example, I'm writing a issue for one of my open source project. So so what I expect is basically, if you are a developer, you will write a details around the issue, the steps to reproduce, and if you can suggest something to fix that also, maybe that could be the fix or something that would help developer to fix it. So this is the kind of issue details which I look for. So what it means for me, because I'm searching for programmer, so what it will help how it will help me if I hire that person that provides team to these many of details. It's because if that person will be onboarded on my project or on my team, so it's not just the writing good code always helps. It's also the kind of documentation, the kind of details which you write for your issue. So that is also very important aspect. And second thing is when I look for the GitHub, then for example, somebody has written some issue and some developers have requested to work on that particular issue. So I also look for the kind of reply or kind of help that person is providing, because that is not just the content, that is also the behavioral pattern which we look for. Because if that person is helping someone in open source project or and GitHub, it means if somebody is helping in with all of details, that person will definitely help in my company also when I will hire him, right? Because if somebody is helping for open people where whom he or she don't even know, that when some if that person will join my team, that person will definitely rock, right? Because he is already doing for people whom he even don't know. Just think like that, if he will join team for team members for his own company, he will do too much better than what he is doing on open source. So this is something also important more than the code, which I believe is something which companies is looking for. It's not just the contribution, the kind of code which you are writing, because the kind of rounds they will do along with the developers, they will definitely able to know that how good you are writing the code, right? How good you know the framework, how good you are designing the systems, right? But obviously along with that, if this is the kind of behavioral pattern which is also something we in our company also doing that, and I'm knowing that few companies are also looking this this kind of details, or they are kind of evaluating your GitHub profile also. There are other platforms also which we can cover as we are moving. But yeah, with this, I think I will hand over the mic to you. Probably somebody can also add value in this space. Then we have other platform, right? So yeah, somebody can focus on that. So it would be better if somebody speaks on other platforms. Yeah, thank you, Vinod.
Wow. Wow. This is what I'm talking about when I was saying that, Ramesh, whenever you speak, it's blast. And what I wanted to point out is these are actionable steps. Like somebody, if you're wondering why you should build your online presence, and how this last 5 minutes was exactly how this will translate into your the benefit in your job interview, right? So this is exact information that you need, that what you do and what how you behave online on LinkedIn and GitHub. Obviously, we will talk more about other platform exact as well. But just by following what Raviji said, just by following those advice, you will have 180-degree transformation immediately. If you do that for next 1 month, 2 month, 3 months, awesome. Who?
Yeah, thanks, Vinod.
Utab.
Um, Thank you so much, Ravi. Yeah, like I said, I'd rather go let him go first before me because he always shares some amazing insight.
Now you think how you gonna maintain the flow? You did it to yourself.
No. I'm good. I'm good. I know what I'm gonna say. Okay, so talking about online presence, right? Okay, so look at this way, and I'm gonna speak from my experience and what I have gathered a lot of information from other space. Online presence is all about not just about what you can do, but what can you provide as terms of value to other people, right? Sometimes, yeah, when you come when if like say for example, when we talk about like online presence, we always talk about, okay, what can I do to get a job, right? But it's not always about job. What can I do to benefit other people, right? Like Ravi said about LinkedIn and GitHub. Those are the primary, and then that should be a priority, right? But then what can you do other than that? Like write blogs. Okay, how I mentioned in a couple spaces before in like Vinod spaces is whenever you do some sort of like coding, or if you go to the problem solving before you even do like a coding, if you just take a minute and figure out how you're going to solve this problem, make sure you write a keywords, right? And then make a blog out of it. That will help other people. Sometimes when we do like all this coding, we come across a lot of bugs, and then we fix those bugs. But then what can people depend on Stack Overflow, which is good. But the thing is, we need to create some sort of like a blog post. You can put it whether in dev.to, you can put in Medium, you can even post that in LinkedIn. People, if you're really heavy on LinkedIn, put that over there. So that way people can take a leverage out of it. Okay, maybe I'm having some issue with React or maybe in JavaScript. Okay, there's tons of other people having the same exact issue, right? So just write blog posts, put some information on it, put some code snippet on it, and then talk about what happened, how do you come up across this problem, how do you resolve it, right? Go through the steps, share that. That's what online presence is. Online presence is not just saying in Twitter and or LinkedIn. It's about spread the awareness of what you're learning. Me, for example, look at me as an example. um I'm new to this development side, right? It's been almost like a year and a half now, right? I've been learning a lot. But what I did is I try to share what I'm learning in public. If I come across some issues, I share that in LinkedIn. I've been creating a lot of like blog posts on dev.to just to help people, like for example, accessibility. When you create a website, you can create a complex website, but if it's not accessibility friendly, guess what? A lot of people who have a disability issues, they won't be able to see your website correctly, right? They won't be able to read what your website is all about, or in whatever the website you're creating. It has to be accessibility friendly, which means that if you want to showcase that, you have to cover all the other aspect of being online. You know, so GitHub is number one. GitHub should be your resume, like a secondary resume after your document resume. GitHub should be your primary resume, which means that all these recruiters, they go to GitHub, they see how you're contributing, whether you're reviewing code, you're contributing it, you're getting pull requests, and then make sure when you do open source, create a well thought README file on your pull request, and make sure you include that, so that way whatever changes that you make, the user or whoever the owner of the project should know what this guy made a change, and then you can either put a blog post on it. Okay, hey, I come across this issue, I've resolved this is how you can resolve it in the future if you ever come across this issue, right? Little things like that goes a long way. So online presence in short, just to summarize what I said, is not just about just GitHub and, like LinkedIn or Twitter. It's about being out there, giving values to the people. I try to like, being so narrow in the beginning, but then I was like, you know what? I'm not learning, by myself. I need to learn with other people. And in order for me to learn with other people, I need to share a lot of what I'm learning in terms of anything that I can post about, So that's something that I'm doing. And then I believe that sharing online your learning, your values, it will help a lot of other people in the community. That's just my 2 cents. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Utab. This was you brought great point, and I was saying that I don't know how you can hold after Raviji, but you did very well, Utab. Great advice. With broadening the spectrum, what I like most about what you just said, that not just thinking about how you will gain value, but how you will give value and how you will share the knowledge. And couple of things that I wanted to highlight from your point is, if you solve a problem for yourself, you just write about it, and with the mindset that if you have faced this problem, many other people will face the same problem. And just writing the step that you have taken to solve can can be a big help to other people. And the second thing is, along with that, right, if you are facing a problem, asking that question in a forum or in a social network itself is a big help to not only yourself but many other people, because you will find your answer, other people will be able to answer that specific question, that again help many other people. And then on the similar note, if somebody is solving your problem, or if you're searching and you find a solution online, just writing one line of thank you and resharing that person work with other people is a humongous value add to two people. Number one, to the person who wrote this. Think about it. This person will be amazed and happy that his work was, or her work was useful to someone else. And then second, by sharing, you are adding more creditability to the solution, that it worked for one person, so hopefully it will work for me as well. So great advice there. I highlighted couple of them, but boom, bang. With that, I will hand over mic to my co-host. Everybody says that as a co-host you get the privilege, so I will just follow those unwritten rules. So over to you, Shruti.
Thank you so much, Manoj. Utab, you got a great point. It is about giving, which kind of reminded me of, I mean, with yours and Vinod's points, right? I just wanted to talk about 3 points here. So one is, yes, building an online presence is about giving. It's about sharing. It's about sharing your information with people. But I feel it's also about finding joy and curiosity in whatever you do. Like, because it's going to be a long term game. It's not that, you write 2 posts and you don't feel like writing and you just quit, right? It's going to be a long term game. And having that mindset that it is going to be a long term game really helps. So, being very clear about what brings you joy and what makes you curious, and writing about that, it really goes a very long way. I mean, that's what has helped me, right? So that's one most important point. And the second thing is, I think online building an online presence is about community. Um, it is not a singular, I mean, it's not a one person's thing, isn't it? Um, sorry, I have sore throat. But I mean, when you build your online presence, whatever platform it might be, um, you connect with people, connect with like-minded people, irrespective of what stage they are in. Just because you find them as a person curious, um, I think I personally prefer the term connection rather than networking, because it just sounds very, very human, isn't it? Connect with people, build a community of people. I would even say, I would even go as far as saying, like, if you can, bring a set of people together, you can meet, every week, or periodically, and like brainstorm on topics and like just have fun. um, in all this, the core is having fun and building the human connection. And the third thing that I did want to mention was, I think, yes, when we build an online presence, we typically talk about writing, right? But there are just so many options. There are just so many options and platforms available. Like, I know people who run newsletters, like newsletters with intensive case studies, which is an invite only sort of newsletter. And I know people who have YouTube videos, if they are not comfortable with writing, they share YouTube videos and they explain their work and what they have done, right? And I mean, there's so much mix and match that you can do, tapping into your strengths and what works for you. And what works for your time. Like, if you're already in a full-time job, you might not have time to, write 7 posts a week. So what can you do? What can you do with, how can you maximize your effort with the time that you have, by also tapping in by also tapping into your strengths. And can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it broke for a second, but now it can.
Okay.
It's more clear now.
Okay, perfect. No, my headphones battery just gave off. Anyways, so yes, so at the core, it is about human connection. It is about optimizing for your strengths, and it is about um, just building connections with people and human connections just because you're curious about them and not having an agenda when you approach them, right? Like, just it's like friends having fun together. That's what I would say when you're focusing on building your online presence, especially in the beginning, because that's what sets the foundation for you to go long term, whatever your reason for building is, right? So yes, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Vinod and Uttav.
Love it. Love it. Um, Before I respond, or before I add few points, highlight few points, I want to reset the room. Welcome everyone, whoever have joined recently. I see Barsha. Barsha, I've been a big follower of you. I've been following you for some time, so thank you so much for joining. Clara, we know each other for a long time now, and we try to do a project together. Um, and there's so many other names here. So welcome everyone. We are talking about this is a series of spaces that I'm hosting every Saturday, sorry, every Sunday 1 p.m. EST, to talk about how a junior developer with 2 to 3 years of experience can um, acquire a new high paying job by packaging everything that they have learned in last 2 years and going in the market and acquiring a new job, of which most of the time is higher than what they are getting now. I use the analogy that you rented your house 2 years ago to an employer, but in last 2 years you have made so many changes, so many renovation, but your employer is still paying the rent that you agreed 2 years ago, and it's really hard to gain a promotion or salary increase when you're within the company, but following these strategies you can again, this what we have discussed and what we are talking will help you in many situation. But I wanted to have a very focused niche or one goal that we can try to achieve and be more specific about that topic. So that's what we are covering. Last two spaces, there is video recording, sorry, recording that is converted into YouTube. You can watch it, listen to it. Today we are talking about how a junior developer can build their online presence to again acquire a paying job. And with that, this is an open space. Anybody can request the mic. You will get it automatically. There are more. Twitter allow only nine, I guess, nine speakers. So that's the only reason you have not received the mic. Otherwise, it's an open space. Anybody can speak. Today, um, right now we're talking about the online presence, what it mean, what are the different elements, and Shruti just shared that it's not it. Well, Raviji shared that LinkedIn, GitHub, humongous value. Then Uttav shared his points around how you contribute, and then gain value by giving to other people. And then Shruti just shared one of the great point that YouTube, if you're not comfortable with writing, YouTube or similar platform can be very beneficial to match to your style. But when you're doing this initially, just have fun, and don't worry about the outcome or how good you are doing. Have fun, and then take it as a long term approach and not like a quick rich scheme. Sorry, I mean it is a short term approach. Um, all right, with that, I don't know whose hand was up first.
We'll go with Tamal.
All right, Tamal, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, so I guess I'm audible. So yeah, I love like whatever the amazing speakers have been talking on, like connections, collaborations, getting higher in top tech companies and stuff. So I'm far less experienced than all the amazing speakers out here. So I'll just share some bit of my advice from whatever I have faced. So first, I'll just talk about how the social media presence or how this online presence has helped me in my life. So from getting clients in freelancing projects to getting reached out by startup founders to work in their company, getting direct referrals, everything has helped me through this online presence. The more online presence you have, the better opportunities and stuffs you get. And also, there's a huge misconception that if you have thousands and thousands of followers, along with maybe a blue tick or amazing cover picture and stuff, that is your online presence. Well, I would say that it's not the case. Online presence, I would say, is like, how better you connect with all the people that you find over the internet over a longer period of time. It's not like that you wake up, you follow five people, and you go to sleep and you consider yourself that you have made a huge online presence, which is gonna severely impact your life. But that's not how it works. You're gonna take it slow. You're gonna connect with people each and every day. Like whenever I see Vinod's content out there, sometimes I try my best to react. I give my feedback. We join spaces and stuff. So that's how you collaborate and connect. And also a little bit on how you can build this online presence, as Shruti was previously saying, and Utbal was also previously saying about documenting your stuff and so on. So previously, when I started with my Twitter journey, or rather after getting into work or learning new tech fields and stuff, I also started, documenting whatever I learned. If there is an interesting thing happening in all the communities I am a part of, I would go ahead and talk about those. If I get invited by any community for something, for a session or some discussions and stuff, I would talk about those. So, as a result, everything you get just adds up to your online presence. People out there sees that, okay, this guy right here, he's active, he's talking about his experience. So that guy must be really having some experience in that field. As Ravi sir previously said, like whenever you are hiring, you generally look for GitHub profiles and LinkedIn profiles for the posts you make, because a lot of times whatever you post, that actually reflects your knowledge. So that's that's all. That's what online presence is. Like, it's not a huge thing. Whatever happening in your life, keep documenting it in a good format. Maybe sometimes you even need to revisit it. That's gonna help too in a different scenario. But I guess, yeah, that's what online presence is according to me, and that's how it helped me. And yeah, I'll just pass the mic.
Thank you, Tamal. That was deep, with deep long-term relationship, and then you gave some of the very specific example that which the way I explain it is not to be a touch and go, but be there. And one of the things that I do myself is, instead of going to 100 spaces, I select few and then I keep going back to those, so that I'm utilizing my time wisely. And at the same time, because I'm going to the same spaces, or it applied to some of the Discord group that I have joined. Again, there are, you will find hundreds and thousands of them, but I limit that after trying few, I limit myself to three that I go back to, and I constantly contribute to that. Now I know people there and they know me, and that's how I'm kind of utilizing or implementing what Tamal just shared. And that's a very powerful advice that, especially if you're beginning to start building your online presence, you can be bombarded with hundreds and hundreds of different opportunities, connection opportunities as well, but try to list some that you can go back to and kind of build a more stronger layer to it. Thank you, Tamal.
Uh,
Uh, Go ahead, Shruti.
Hey, sorry, so sorry, Vinod, just to interrupt. But I thought this point was really important, adding to Tamal and Uttab's point. I think being an insider and an outsider to tech corporate, right? I also see a lot of people just documenting, simply documenting and solving problems. But I think one important thing that's missing is just being human. Um, when building an online presence, you don't need to always just share your work. You can also share about your life, or any if you've faced any issues in corporate, or any like good, you can give credit to people who have helped you. You can, you know, you can really thank your coworkers or anything, right? Which makes you human. I think that's what builds relationships and long-term connection. I see this missing in a lot of developers, so I just wanted to point it out. Again, sorry for interrupting, but I thought it was important. Thank you.
No, all good, Shruti, all good. Uttab, who is next?
Okay, so we're gonna go to Dave, Sam, and then Bashir. So
Awesome.
yeah,
Thank you. All right.
Dave, you can go now.
Yeah. Thank you, Vinod, and thank you, Udhar. Yeah, some really good points by Shruti, Tamal, and Aman. So one more thing I'd like to add is that these days storytelling is very important, and storytelling starts with a story. So I would like to say this to the junior developers who want to build an online presence, that whatever you're writing, it doesn't have to be very technical. You can just start with a simple story. Well, let's say for your first blog, you can write about how you came to decide that you want to write a blog. I'll give you my example. The first ever blog I wrote, it was very recently. I couldn't come up with any ideas. I wrote something on very technical things, and then I deleted it later, that thinking that it's too technical. So the first blog I wrote was about how my grandfather went from retiring from Indian Army, and of how he found purpose in farming. So yeah, you can write something like that. And one more thing I'd like to add in this, like whenever you are uh, so being just a developer, being just a software engineer, you are looking for a job. You are always searching for new opportunities. But when you have an personal online brand, you get to learn a lot more things. Like you are forced to learn about marketing. You are forced to learn about how to sell yourself. And this, like the ability to sell yourself, this skill can go a very long way in benefiting you as a developer. Uh, and the other thing is like, as uh, I'll give you my example. Like few years back, I was not interested in learning any other technology apart from React and Express. So like, and it happens with many developers. Like we live in a bubble that whatever technology we are expert in, that's the only true thing. That's the only thing, and we don't want to learn about any other things. But when you interact with the community, when you interact with other people, you get to see that okay, there are a lot more things. There are many things out there. Even when you are pretending to be an expert in front of your community, in front of your readers, sometimes you will get shocked that okay, there are people who know few things that you never thought of, and yeah, this just expands your horizon of knowledge. So yeah, multi-level expansion of your knowledge and expansion of your skills. That's what online having an online presence can bring you. Yeah, that's it. Over to you.
Thanks, Dave. Another very practical advice, actionable advice that you can start implementing right from today. Um, you talk about um, right, just writing about why you decided to write, and that's powerful. And then sharing some of the example, like how your grandfather decided to farming. Um, when we joined Ship 30 for 30, me and Shruti, and I'm sure there are more people here who have done that. And not just Ship 30 for 30, but this will be across the board. You can learn this in any writing advice. But what they talk about is writing your personal story, anything that you have done in last 6 months or last 2 years. Uh, List those and just write about those. Last time we talked about just writing about a problem that you just solved. And then they talk a lot about curated stories. So, what curated story is that you're following somebody in, let's say, LinkedIn, and this person write really good technical article. Similarly, there may be another person who has a very good YouTube channel, and they post great YouTube channel, sorry, videos that you consume. Again, it could be book, it could be a podcast. You consuming that, and then you translating that information to a blog or a LinkedIn post or a Twitter post or something that shows, does couple of things, three, at least three different things. Number one, that shows that you have learned something, that shows that you have gone through this let's say Alex on LinkedIn, he write about system design, and you consume one of his posts about how Uber data or system works, and then you summarizing that into a small post. That shows that you understood this. Second, um, the person, Alex, will recognize that somebody took time to read and then summarize. So there will be some kind of connection with this person. And then the benefit that you're providing to so many people by summarizing it. So the curated stories, can be very strong, and you can just start by number one, just sharing somebody's information. Second, you read it at some other platform and you posting it on one of the platform that you are active on. And then the third one is going one level up by summarizing it in a way that easier to consume. So all those are great input and practical advice that somebody can start implementing today. With that, to Uttam.
Vinod, before you continue, okay, so I know this is Vinod's space, but I'm just want to say something. We have a lot of requests. We wanted to grab as many people as we can. So if I remove you guys to the listener session, it's not because we don't like you. We really love you. We really like your insight. But if you have anything to say, please request the mic again. We'll pull you again to the speaker section. But if I remove you, just stay in the listening session. And if you have anything you want to share, go ahead and request the mic. All right. Thank you. And then we're gonna go to Sam, and then Bashir, and then Avi, Pratyush, and then Avi.
Thank you very much, Utba, man. I think, honestly, man, I'm blown away by like the things being said in this space. Vinod, man, what have you started? This is an absolutely incredible space. Like, I've been sitting and listening for less than an hour, and I've learned as much as I do in like a month usually. Seriously, thank you everyone that's spoken, like all the host, the co-host, everyone who said something. Ravi, you mate, oh my goodness, you opened my eyes in a way with what you were sharing earlier. Like the perspective of the actual hirer is like the way they would go through your GitHub. It's that's amazing. It's amazing to know that, and it's going to change the way I do things in the future. So thank you very much, man. I think, to be honest, the majority of what I wanted to say has been covered in great detail by everyone, because you know, like everyone here is just dropping absolute gems. My I don't know, my main two things. I'll say like what my main thing is, and then like a main trick that I try and use. I mean, I myself have been in this industry for I think a bit less than 3 years, to be fair. Like, so like I'm not that deep into it, but I think I'm doing okay. Like the job I managed to get is paying me all right. It's doing better than the job I ever had before I got into this. So I've got to be doing something right. When it comes to like online presence, like it's been said 100 times already in this space how important online presence is. It's been defined so well by everybody. The For me, the main thing is something very similar to what Shruti was saying. With you're trying to appeal to humans. At the end of the day, you want to make your online presence be your online presence. It's yours. It's unique to you. It needs to be like your personality, because what you're doing is you're putting yourself out there for others to see. And the fact of the matter is, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of developers out there, and you're not going to get along with all of them, but you are going to get along with some of them. And they're only going to know if you're going to get along with them if they see what you're like, if they know what you're like. And, you know, we're all developers. We ain't got time to be chatting too much. Like, we're all working too much. Like, you need to put your voice out there. So that's my main thing. Like I try and make as much written content as I possibly can. I try and blog. I try and contribute into forums like this. I try to like be active on Twitter. I fail mostly at LinkedIn, to be fair. But I try. The the I would like to do more on LinkedIn. I know how important it is, but the main thing I do when I do like put anything out there on these platforms is I make sure that I write or I say something in my own voice. I don't try and pretend to be smarter than I am. I don't try to be a different person to myself, because I know for a fact, like, I am the way I am. I only like certain people, and only certain people like me. They're the people that you want to appeal to, because if you want to get a job with them, you're going to be working with them. You need to work in a team. You need to be able to gel. You need to be able to understand one another with like minimal explanation. You don't want to be there because you don't get that guy and you're saying, oh man, can you explain that one more time for me, because I don't understand like what you're getting at. And then he's getting frustrated. And do you know what I mean? Like, all of these problems can be avoided if they, from the get-go, from the jump, they know what you're like. So write stuff in your voice, innit? And the other thing that I wanted to say, like the trick that I say trick, it's not really a trick. I'm just using the tools that are available, but I'll try and explain in as concise a way as I possibly can. Like when I say I try and make as much written content as possible. I try and write a blog post whenever I have the time to do it. So like exactly like everybody said before, like the perfect examples are when you've solved a problem. Like you solve the problem, that means someone else is going to face that problem at some point. So it would be very handy for someone else if the solution to that problem was out there on the internet. And using that example, like the thing I've learned after a couple of years of doing this, because like my general strategy is to have my own blog. So I've got a static website that's got all of my blog content on it. I repeat all of that content on LinkedIn. No, not LinkedIn, on Dev2 primarily. And I have a canonical link back to my own site so that it improves my rating on Google. I try and also copy the content over onto LinkedIn. And again, they provide you with the means to put a canonical link back to your own site, which again improves your SEO, which makes your voice louder on Google. It puts you closer to the front page, if not at the top. These little like details are kind of important because it ends up with people Googling the problem that you've had and you're coming closer to the top. Like when you Google something, like this is what we do all day. We face problems. We think, I can't think of how to do that. Let me Google it quickly. You start Googling stuff. And then you click on a few links, you read a few articles, and you pull a little bit out of article A, a little bit out of article B, you put it together, you add your own spin to it, and then there's your problem solved. But you're solving it in a different way. So why haven't you taken that opportunity and written the steps that you took and put it in the way that you did? And the trick, I say that like the most important trick for me, the one that I've seen the best results with, because what I do is I watch the statistics. Like Dev2, they give you all the statistics of like how many people have read your blog, like how well it's been doing, how many likes, blah blah blah. I try and use Google Search Console when I can to like really pay attention to how long people were staying on the page, how many searches you appear in, like which searches you appear in the most. And the trick I try to do is, I know most problems start with an error, right? So 9 times out of 10, I'll copy that error, I'll paste it into Google, I'll hit enter, and then I'll start clicking on articles. So if you click on my face right now, you go on my little website there and you click on articles, you're going to see in the first page of 5 articles, probably at least 2 of them, the title is going to be an error message. I use the error messages as my H1 heading for the article, which means it comes up in searches. People see it. People click on it. People read it. They see my name. They've got links to my Twitter. They've got links to my LinkedIn. People are finding me because I've done these few little bits and, I've hopefully solved the problem for them. I don't know. I don't get too much feedback because, when's the last time you read an article and then went out of your way to thank the author? Like, no one really does that. But hey, at least I'm in people's mind. Like, things like that, for me, is like an important way to help build your online presence. And if you're doing that and you're getting more numbers, more eyes on your work, your name is in other people's minds and they've also got an idea of your voice and the way you work and the way you talk, and then perhaps one day they're going to be like, I need a PHP Laravel developer that knows how to do Vue. I read an article one time by Mizuzi. Yeah, I'm going to go hit him up. He's got all of his links. Boom. And then they're going to get in contact. This is the idea. Like I say, I'm in this 2-3 years. I'm starting to see like my numbers climb up now from work I did a year or two ago. Like articles I wrote ages ago with these little tricks are starting to like trickle up and stuff. Like it is long. Like Shruti said, it's a long game. But give yourself every advantage because there are 1,000,001 tools out there. There's so many different ways to do it. Like make the most of them. Find the ones that suit you, obviously, but do it. Just do it because it is 100% worth it. And I'll stop ranting on now because I know I've gone on for ages. But again, thank you to all the hosts. Thank you to everyone that spoke. This has been a great space, and I look forward to hearing what the rest of everyone has to say.
Wow. Wow. Before I respond, I want to welcome a couple of people on the stage here. Um, Sarthak, thank you so much for joining and showing your presence here. Um, I started interacting with Sarthak, I guess, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he has been a big supporter. he shared a lot of information for all type of developers. He's developer himself, so thank you so much for being here. I want to shout out to Kushi. She is a Google developer community manager. Um, we are talking something that you do it for your profession. We are trying to help developer build their presence, and listening from you would be amazing. So whenever you're ready, we would love to hear from you. And big shout out to my friend Jason. We was there in Uttar. Uttar Space yesterday, and I get to know him a lot. And then I sent him a message, and then I realized that we've been talking for some time. He does a space every single day, so big shout out to you. And then there is another person here. His name is Ankit. Um, I do a lot of content on Twitter and LinkedIn, and Ankit plays a humongous role there. He's my virtual assistant. He has been helping me for almost a year now, and he write my content for he copy content from Twitter and post in LinkedIn. He make sometime I just give him an idea that this is what I want to do, and he create all different carousel or thumbnail for my YouTube. He does a lot. So if you ever need a virtual assistant, Ankit will be tremendous. So I wanted to give a shout out to you. And Jeff, he just joined. Jeff, welcome. He's another Ship 30 for 30 fellow friend who has been with me for a long time. So welcome everyone. With that, I will go back to Sam. Sam, you shared some of the complex, you use some of the complex terminology around cross-linking as search engine optimization, um, making sure the work that you're putting out is findable and all that kind of thing. The most important thing that you shared is you have been doing this for 2 years. You started 2 years ago, and some of the work that you wrote 2 years ago is now getting traction, and this is humongous. Many of you, if you will start writing, probably 6 up to 6 months, nobody even look at it. You probably won't even get one view or two view, and you have to be okay with it. You have to be okay to keep doing that for months and months and months. For 2 years, have that consistency, and then you will gain the knowledge that Sam was talking about, all these complex cross-linking search engine optimization. You will know all that at some point, but start with like Shruti said, just enjoy the process. Just enjoy the process that you you start with your LinkedIn profile. You then start reading, consuming, you start liking, you start commenting, you start resharing, you start sharing other people work, and slowly from writing the comment on other people post or replying to a question on LinkedIn, Twitter, or Reddit, or other places. You build your muscle there by doing smaller, very small thing, which then translate into a bigger thing of writing your own article, or maybe writing about your own problem that you just solved. And it takes time. It can take up to 2 years for you to be settled. Start with a very simple goal of having couple of places where you have uh, as an extension of your resume, such as LinkedIn profile, proper LinkedIn profile, building that, and then start interaction with other. And by the time in couple of months, you will have many properties, web properties, where you have some kind of presence. And I like to this is what I like to do, connect the virtual world with the real world. So in this space, when Sarthak joined, or when Sam joined, or Uttab joined, Pratyush joined this space, and then Khushi joined, and just by her profile, right? Uh, there we noticed them, right? I noticed them that they have joined in a nutshell, in a layman language, that's what presence mean. That you enter a room, in this case a Twitter space, and people noticed you. If And then same thing apply in a corporate environment, that if you enter a meeting that is outside your department, did anybody notice you outside your team? Did anybody kind of look at you, what you do? Did they already know or not, right? And by the time that meeting finished, and then you go to the next meeting, did anyone remember, oh, I have met him in this last meeting, and this person does XYZ? In a nutshell, this is all, kind of the basic, at the very basic level, this is the presence, right? People sense your that you exist, that you are there. Great, great contribution, Sam. With that, I will stop, and I believe it's Bashir.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, guys. I really thank you very much for organizing this space. Um, I received my diploma in computer science, and then now I'm trying to specialize in Java. I see that people tend to run away from Java, and I can see that there is a huge demand for Java developers. So, what those who spoke about before me were very important about LinkedIn and GitHub. Okay, for the LinkedIn, I think I made some notes, so I will try to work on my LinkedIn. And then my question now is about GitHub. Okay, I did some research on Google to get some how am I going to say some open source contributions, and I noticed that all the Java projects, okay, that I saw so far are not active anymore. Like they were active 8 years ago, 5 years ago, stuff like that. So I'm asking, can anyone give me some suggestions on Java open source contributions or projects that may be still active, so that I can try to contribute? Uh, that's my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So okay, so I just want to add. So basically, obviously, if you will look for Java project, most of them are either not accepting or and they are kind of old project. But I would suggest you to not just look for Java project. You can contribute in any language which you prefer is okay for you. For example, in my case, I work on Java. From last 12 year, I'm working on Java, but now I contribute on React.js. So I do not contribute on Java. So I contribute on React.js because I found that technology is kind of very nice. So I thought probably let's contribute on that. Obviously, if you want to contribute on Java, I will suggest you the project called Keyclock. So Keyclock is a open source project under the CNCF. It's a big project, so you can contribute into that project, and that is completely written in Java, and that's big big project, I think.
Okay,
And under the CNCF, so you can just assume the value you will get from that project.
okay, thanks a lot. Please, can you spell them to me again so I can note them down?
It's a key clock. Okay, you can search over the internet. You will find it. Key clock is a open source application
I mean,
which provides
how do you spell it? The key
access.
clock. How do you spell it? Okay.
KEYCLOAK. Key clock.
Okay.
So key clock. Yeah. So it's basically open source software for a single sign-in for your application. So for authentication, authorization, just like OAuth 2. So it's a kind of open source project from CNCF.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
you can search over the open source project for uh, uh, authorization, authentication, single sign, and you will find it.
Okay. Okay.
It's key clock under CNCF Cloud Native Foundation.
Okay. CNC
Okay.
Foundation. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank Thank you, Raviji. And with that, Shruti has to go. It's very she's in India, and it's very late there, so she left. All right. Um,
Pratyush is next, in case if you're wondering.
yes, I just wanted to make a quick request that everyone who are on this space, please retweet, share it with your friends so more people can know about this and join us. With that, to Abby, Avi.
Hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir,
Yeah, you
you
are.
are.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you so much. Uh, I really learned a lot, lots of things. So let me. My name is Avinash, and I'm working as a main stack developer as an intern. And it's been a more than a 3 months. I'm contributing to open source and what I do for my online presence. So I simply do. I contribute to open source. When I contribute, I take a screenshot and try to share on socials, like my uh, LinkedIn profile. I said I made a contribution in this project on my GitHub. So I try to share. And what I learned so far, people will follow you when they find you useful. So if you are useful for them, they will automatically find you. So that's why I've created a project where I intentionally make a lots of issues like typo, issues, responsiveness. So intentionally make a lots of issues because all people ask me, "Yeah, how can I start my contribution? How can I start the open source?" So I simply say, please come. This is the uh, just fix the typo, just make a contribution. And if you make your first contribution, you will be confident enough to go ahead. So people usually say, "Ki, I don't know much coding." No, you don't have to need much coding. You can contribute on README file, documentation. So yeah, you can contribute. And that's what I'm doing. First, I'm doing open source and sharing my work on LinkedIn, GitHub. And second, I'm trying to make people to come to contribute on open source, especially for the beginners. So that's what I'm doing. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, Uttab, I have somebody at my door, so could you please respond and move to the next one while I will be right back.
Sure, sure. Uh, all right. So we're gonna go to Pratyush.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. Okay. So, hello everyone. I am Pratyush, and some of the speakers already covered so many amazing points as listening for an hour now, and it was really amazing. Some of the key points, like I want to mention, which I have learned over the past 1 year, being engaged in the online community, online tech community, and also some of the advices I got from all the tech people. One of the things the beginner face, the beginner like when he joined first online community, try to focus like to get so many followers and those following stuff. And I just suggest don't do that. Just try to build your face value. Try to engage with the community. Try to follow some of the folks which you want, like if your domain is like suppose you are a front end developer or you are a back end developer, whatever your domain, whatever you try to follow some of the folks there and try to engage with them, try to engage with the community,
try to support them. You don't have to be like create content at the very first when you start. Just engage with the community. You can support each other. You can talk to them like, yes, that's the thing, I loved about it. Also, like when you like see someone's post, yes, that's really nice thing, you can also try to DM them. Like I do it very oftenly. Maybe someone tell it's not right, because learn in public is very important. I'm not denying that, but sometimes it happens. If you want to build connections, you can do DM, and the worst thing can happen, as YK always told, like the worst thing can happen, she will not reply. That's it. So doesn't matter. You can just always try to DM, try to connect with them, try to learn from them also, try to do a Gmeet or any kind of meet with them, virtual meetup, so that you can got to know each other and also try to learn from them, and always try to create your face value. Like recently, I have gone on meetup like GCCD Kolkata, and the head of the organizer, even which I have not interacted with him yet, but he actually recognized me because I was very active and engaged in online communities. So he recognized me and also and gave some of the tips also, and I have connected with him by doing that. So just focus on doing things, and we don't necessarily to like I guess someone mentioned that you don't always have to create content around the code and all these stuff. You can like say about the daily things you what are doing around, not related to tech. You can practice speaking also, and do various things. Like you don't always have to do the coding and all things related to that. There are so many things related to the engineering. Computer science is a very very vast word. You can say so many things. Yeah, that's how you can like build your presence, and you can do that. And don't focus on the followers at the very beginning. Try to engage, try to build your Facebook. Yeah, that's one point. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratyush. Vinod, are you back?
Yes, I am. Thank
Uh,
you.
sure, sure. I wanted to give it a quick shout out to Lawrence, because Pratyush brought a huge topic about meetups. I was actually happens to be in Lawrence. I mean, I've been to a lot of his space. Like he normally don't host space, but he always in space giving amazing advices. And he because I follow his advices and his guidelines, in terms of tech. And I did not just schedule one or two. I actually scheduled five meetups in the coming year. So I wanted to give a huge shout out to Lawrence, because man, this guy is amazing. If you're not following him, follow him. He always give you amazing advices on how to deal with not just technology, but this things surround it, your career, right? Things that you can do to uplift yourself. That's something is really amazing. So shout out to you. Thank you, Lawrence.
Yeah, also like I want to give shout out to Desbert, Timo, Faisal, Harshit, Rahul, and so many amazing folks. Thanks a lot for joining. Yeah, I am dropping to the listener section so that more people can join and share their views. Thank you.
Ratish, before you go, I have a question for you. So, you share a lot of practical advice, and you are very active in all the spaces as well as other places, and at the same time you're also doing your engineering, you're doing a lot of other activities as well, including open source contribution. I wanted to ask you how you manage your time between all these activities.
Frankly speaking, I don't do kind of like there are so fancy time management tools and everything is there. You also told so yes, sometimes it happens like doing all these things together is very hard thing. I also have talked to you about this, but I try to like prioritize the things like what is the most priority. Suppose tomorrow I have like one class and itself and one the things I have scheduled at night, that yes, the next day I have to do this, that thing. And it's okay. Sometimes it happens like you don't cover all the things as you have planned one day before. It's completely fine. Do the maximum things and do it in the most efficient way. That's the most important thing. Like if you do, like if you plan for the four things, and if you just only achieve the two things, just make sure that you achieve the two things is the most efficient way, manner. And I always try to manage in that way. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I am not a pro time management person, of course. I faced a lot of issues about that, but yes, I try to do that way.
Pratyush, no one is. If you watch a YouTube video and that talk about all these fancy minute by minute time management things.
Or I am telling you, at the very first, like I tried to like visit every YouTube videos, like how to manage time, how to like try to make a routine, a lot of all these were a shit. I'm telling you, all those are shit. Like there are no any help I get, and at this after all this, I have learned one thing: that prioritize and do all your own. Whatever you like, just do it. And if you do suppose you are doing coding and you do anything in life, if you do it for the love, for if you are enjoying the process, enjoying the thing, always enjoy the process, whole process. I always love to learn new things, and that's how. And there is no time management thing is required actually if you love it, love anything.
Turn it into an obsession. Well, thank you, Pratyush, for sharing that. I'd like to hear those kind of real practical advice that if somebody is doing multiple things, that how they are actually doing it. And as you said, everybody has a different technique. There are some real um, optimized people, and I kudos to them. But like Pratish said, I'm also not the the very optimized person. I also like to have a list of 10 things daily and then finish three things, circle three things, and I ensure that those three things are done. And then beyond that, anything else is like my bonus. And I'm not talking about day to day thing, but the top three thing that is moving me further in one of the main goals that I have for that quarter. So thank you, Pratyush, for sharing
Yeah,
that.
I guess you should mention about the quarterly goal. You have guided me, like to yes, I have not followed it yet, but you should like guide everyone.
Sure. And this is the third space, right? And I have not self-promoted any of my product. And I guess I need to get to that learning hesitation and all. So I have a free quarterly planning workbook that you can download and start using completely free. I have a paid ebook that talks about how you can manage your day just by 10-minute daily planning and achieve big results. And then just couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I launched a career leap masterclass. It's a paid cohort program that help junior developer who have 2-3 year of experience uh, to to take them on a journey of remodeling their house. I work with the people who have signed up. I work with them every week. It comes with live sessions, come with deep dives, and it comes with exercise. The end goal is in the 4 week they will have all the resources. They will have that transformation that take them to build one key project or key skill that then can help them in uh, acquiring a high paying job within 4 to 6 months. So it's something that I just recently launched, and I believe it in it, and it's gonna make some really good transformation. So Pratyush, thank you. You gave me the courage to speak about my own product, and I finally did. With that, I want to reset the room. We are talking about a junior developer with 2 to 3 year experience, how this person can repackage everything that they have done to go to the job market to acquire a high paying job. We have done two live session, sorry, spaces before, and then this is the third one. There are more coming, and it's all about how this entire group is helping this one person to gain the high paying job. So my request to everyone who is in this space to please retweet, share with your friends so that more people can know about this space. Um, all right. With that, Uttab, if you're keeping track, who is next?
Let's go to Sarthak because Sarthak had, I think either he has a come back for someone. I think he has some
Okay.
reply to someone or something. You know.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sarthak.
Yep.
Great, great. So, first of all, thank you, Vinod, for hosting this really amazing space. I've been listening for a long time, and it's really valuable content. Each and everyone is sharing a lot of beneficial things. And first of all, I will come back to the title of this space, which is really interesting, and I have a lot of things to say about this. But I just want to continue the things the conversation we had with Pratyush and and you and like Vinod and Pratyush was talking about the time management things and doing multiple things in at a time, like not at a time, like means having a lot of things in your daily life. So my mantra is first of all, I can tell you, each of you, that I'm doing a lot of things. I have a YouTube channel, like 125, I believe, 125K. It's basically a coding tutorial channel. It's based on more on Laravel PHP and JavaScript things. That's the one thing. Second, I'm working at Pfizer as a full stack developer and fully active on Twitter, a lot of things all day. And yeah, for YouTube, I have to create content for Twitter. And apart from that, I have my own team, a very small team. We are building some products. We are working for some clients and whatnot. Yeah, planning some more podcasts later. So a lot of things I have. So how do I manage these things? So first of all, the day is full of effort. You need to make effort. I can say first that it's hard. It's really, really hard to manage a lot of things in a day. So first of all, I'll start my day with very high irritating thing, which is making content. Although I love making content, but researching about the content, what to share, what not to share, how to share, creating, formatting content for YouTube, for Twitter, it's hard. So the first 2 hours of my day start from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. is just for content things. Then I will back to my work at 10. So at 10, after doing all the breakfast thing, from 10 to 12, I just record and publish. So first 2 hours for researching, second 2 hour for content creation, publishing content. Then comes the client things, little meeting for my teams. These things I do for like 12 to 2. And then comes the evening part from 5 till the night, like till 12. I work for Fiverr. So this is my daily life. And then you will say, Sarthak, all day you are working. What's your personal life? So I manage all these things uh, effectively. And whenever you have like noticed a few gaps between the timings, and that gap is for my personal life, for my wife, for my family, my mother, everything. So that's the thing. And obviously Saturday, Sunday are totally off. I can say totally off, but a lot of time I have to work. So the basic concept is you need to make some adjustment in your daily life for different things. And once the time is up, you just need to leave it as it is, because then you need to shift your mind for the next thing. If you want, you can also use the Pomodoro technique, which is amazing when you follow it properly. It's not just 25 minutes and 5 minutes. You can stretch it like I do for 1 hour and 10-minute gap. So that kind of thing. So it's not it's not like impossible thing to manage different things, different profile, totally out of the context thing, but it is doable. And as I said initially, it's tough. It's really tough, and you feel sometimes like you are doing a lot of things and you are not making progress. But I can tell you, progress is not a 1 week, 1 month, or 6 month journey. It's an ongoing journey, and you will get the result after years. So if you really want to succeed in anything, just do your hard work, put your energy daily. And it's not like you need to do 10 hours of work. As I said, just 1 hour, 2 hour in certain domain is enough. If you do it for years, and eventually you will shine and you will be apart from the normal crowd. So that's this my way of doing. I really want to share that because I feel that this way which I am, uh, I can say that I am doing it in a right way, because I can see my progress everywhere. So that's thing I want everyone to know. Before moving into the title and sharing some content, sharing some things, my thoughts about the title, I think Utba, sorry, if I pronounce the name wrong,
Uttar.
has to say something. Uttap. So you have
It's
to say
Utba
something.
actually.
Oh.
Utba.
I
Yeah,
never
See,
corrected you, Vinod,
I was right.
because
yeah,
I never
I was right.
corrected you because I mean, you say it so nice that I was like, you know what, let him say it. But it's Utba actually.
Wow, nice. So you want to say something, Udva?
No, I was gonna say something, but like you can continue. But I wanted to give you a shout out because I was not following you anything like in Twitter, but I actually was watching your YouTube videos to learn React, and it's really
Oh
helpful,
wow.
man. So I did not, because your profile picture was completely different, so I did not recognize you. But I wanted to give you a shout out, man. Your videos are always helpful.
Wow, that's really nice. It's really good to see that someone is getting value from my content and making
and
progress in
I
their life.
agree with you, but like he has some like god level teaching skill. I have to go through some of the videos. That's it. He's
Oh my
amazing, man.
God.
No worries.
Thanks, Pratis. It's really nice to see all amazing words from you guys. It's really heart touching. Whew. So yeah. So after hearing all of these nice words, I was like, oh my God, this is. I don't have word for just saying thank you very much for your support. Okay, so I'll just take a few minutes, like 2 3 minutes more, and then I will give chance to others. So the title is how to build your online presence to double your earning. Uh, when I first saw the title, I was like, oh, wait, something is wrong with the title. I was like, how to build your online presence? That's good, but double your earning? I feel like this should not be your goal. Uh, or if it is your goal, it should not be tied. You should not think about this goal daily. You know what? Learning is first step of earning, because when you just change L with E, that's the thing. You just need to transform your life from learning to earning. So if you learn, you will able to earn. You will able to earn. So how you need to build your online presence by learning, and whatever you are learning, share it. That's the easy thing. So people always say to me like, Sarthak, how you get the content, how you get all of that thing you are sharing on the YouTube, how you are sharing on the Twitter, how you think about this. So I just shared my daily schedule with all of you. And the first 2 hours when I was actually discovering and exploring the content, actually I was learning during that time. I was learning, and whenever I am learning, if I see something cool, I say, okay, this is good thing, let's just make a screenshot, write 2 lines, post it on the Twitter. That's the easy thing. Now, what I'm learning, how do I decide what I have to learn? I learn first, if there is a new technology, I want to learn it. I want to get to know what it is. It's not like it's like shiny object syndrome. No, it's not like I will go with that technology and ditch all my amazing things which I know. I just want to know what's coming in the world. So I just try to read the documentation, learn it, and while I'm learning, I'm thinking that how I can convert that learning into a full-fledged video. And then in the right side, when I was learning, in the right side, I have a notepad and I'm writing each and everything. Okay, this is going to be a first video. So in the first video, I will show the installation and the configuration and the files, and that's it. And the second one, I will just try to start with a server and do some kind of basic thing and adding the styling. And this is how I start my uh, like learning, and at the same time I am making my content. So if you want to build your online presence, learn daily, and whatever you're learning, grab some content from there, post it on the social media. It could be anything. If you like making videos, just share on YouTube, make a reel, share on Twitter, Instagram, or in the TikTok. If you like text-based content, LinkedIn, Twitter is amazing for you. If you like a carousel thing, go with the Instagram and LinkedIn. Whatever is your choice, there are platforms for that. And just by sharing content, you are so first you're learning, then you're sharing, and eventually you are earning. So that's my goal, and this is who I am because of all of these things. So I start if most of you maybe don't know that I don't have any background in computer science. I have a electrical engineering background. So I thought, okay, I need to switch my career. I switched my career from electrical to CS, and now I'm working in an amazing company doing so great things with AWS and coding, Laravel, React, Golang, uh, Vue.js, JavaScript, whatnot. And I'm doing all these things because I have a passion of learning, sharing content, and eventually I'm earning. So thank you guys for listening to me, and I shared everything from my heart, and I shared whatever I have followed. If you liked my content, if you like my words, please go to my profile, and if you feel that my content is worth for you, just hit follow, and maybe one day we will connect somewhere someday. And DM me if you have any question. And thank you once again, Vinod and Udba, for giving me the opportunity. If you have any question, I'm here. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Sarthak. Wow, amazing value you just provided. Yeah, we definitely have our own way of handling things. Time is not in our hand, right? But whatever time that we have, we need to make it useful. That's basically how our lives goes, you know. Before we jump into the next one, I just wanted to share one thing that I forgot to share. Being in an online present and being in a different spaces, I learn a lot of stuff, and I start sharing what I'm learning, what I come across, in different blog posts and whatnot. And even though I'm kind of like searching and for a job, but I found this opportunity as an open source project. It's someone I follow. His name is John Christie. He's phenomenal. Full stack developer, is amazing guy. So he actually created a open source project where he tried to gather people to contribute and learn, try to understand the real world, in how real world, like the projects that you handle in the real world, into like more open source area. So I start contributing. I'm learning a lot. I try to contribute more into because I'm more in the front end, but now I'm trying to learn more of a back end side. So he gave me an opportunity to learn different part of the projects, right? Whether it's UI UX, whether it's React is something I'm learning, so I'm putting that towards his project. So it's really helpful. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes even though if you're looking for a job, but if you are showing your presence online and you're sharing your content, you're sharing your learning, people will have an opportunity. Might be, because to sometimes it's not might be a money wise, but to earn like experience, you can find all the open source projects. Whether you can go to GitHub to find something, whether you can be in Discord channel or in Twitter. I got lucky enough to find the project in Twitter. You know, so I'm looking forward to that. We're just starting now, so let's see how this thing's gonna go. And one thing I enjoy is because I work in the morning time, right? And in the evening, that's my time to code. Like I do from 7 to 11 or maybe 12, depending on how long the coding is. That's my time. Like I dedicated that time just for coding. So in that time, I try to like leverage my projects that I'm learning and it's open source. So time is valuable, but you have to use it in a useful way. That's something it's really is important. With that, I'm gonna go to Ritik, Happy Code, and then we're gonna go back to Pratyush. So Ritik, go ahead, please. What's your what would you like to share?
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah. So firstly, thanks Vinod sir for hosting this and Udba for co-hosting this. So yeah, a lot of great perspectives have been added till now, and I'd like to add few perspectives on the online presence as being a developer. So before that, let me introduce myself. So I'm Ritik and I'm 18. I just entered my first semester and I started Twitter around 3 months and I'm about to hit 2000 followers now. So a lot of people might misguide you that you should not like be so much online, be so much active in all these platforms because they don't have any value or virtue. So let me tell you what advantages you can get. So firstly, for me, online presence is all about showcasing your credibility. It's all about the proof of your work. So I have shared all my coding projects here on Twitter. A lot of people have seen that, a lot of recruiters have seen that. And just because I shared my projects, a principal engineer contacted me. I talked to him and he just gave me a structured roadmap what I should do for the next 2 3 years. And plus, uh, I have made a lot of connections here. Like, first, if Francisco knows me, Graham knows me, Sathak follows me, like CH Dozo follows me. Well, not with his first account, but with his like alternative account. Like, it's so much for a student who is just getting started with his tech career and in his first semester. And all of these things happened within just 3 months. So, do you acknowledge how many opportunities, like the tons of opportunities you can uh, open for you just by having an online presence? And you can do that by first sharing whatever you're doing, and secondly, as a lot of people said, adding value. So firstly, share whatever you're doing, like share your progress, your projects, your achievements. Maybe you can join 100 days of code. And secondly, add value. So write blogs, write articles, host spaces. And adding value doesn't mean you're doing uh, for others like unconditionally. That helps you too. Like, I've written few couple of blogs, and that helped me so much. Like, before writing some articles, I researched a lot about them, and that made me like so much good with that subject. Plus, I have hosted around 5 6 spaces till now, and that they have helped me with my communication skills. So they have helped me with my communication skills, plus they have helped me with connecting to so many influential people. So it has contributed to the tech community, plus it has helped me also. So having an online presence has tremendous amount of like advantages that I cannot acknowledge enough. So that's what I wanted to say. It's just been 3 months on Twitter, and I could not tell you how many opportunities I have like unlocked for myself. For coding queries, I can reach out to anyone. For open source, I can reach out. For freelancing, I can reach out. For space, I can do anything now. And it happened just within 3 months. So the possibilities are endless. And yes, don't listen to other people and have a good online presence by sharing your achievements. And yes, most importantly, providing value to people. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Ritik, I heard you yesterday as well. Ritik is just 18 years old. It took me like more than 1.5 year to cross 2,000 followers that Ritik did in 3 months. So Ritik, I want to take your classes. Just kidding. But the most important thing that you are talking about is that because you're out there and because the fact you're only 18, by the time you will finish your engineering and by the time you will be in the market, we can just imagine how much uh, foundation that you will be able to build for yourself for any type of thing that you would want to do at that point. So that's amazing. And then you talk about Graham, you talk about a space dojo, and you talk about many other people. I want to give a big shout out to YK. He is here in this space listening to support me so that more people can find this space. So I'm huge gratitude to you, YK, for being here in supporting me, and then supporting Ritik and supporting many other people. So thank you so much for that. Um, I want to quickly reset the room. If anybody has joined recently, we are talking about a junior developer. I like to use this big commitment as a transformation that um, you have built the foundation by working 2 years, and your employer is still paying you for what you worth 2 years ago when you joined them as your first job. But now with 2 years of foundation, you can repackage, go back to the market, and double your salary. And we have been covering that into multiple spaces. This is the third space. My own journey, my first job, and Sarthak, you will understand. You will be able to notice the numbers, and Raviji, you will also, and anybody from India would able to understand the numbers here. That my first job was like 4,000 rupees in a year 2000, and then then my second I think it in a year it kind of turned into 8,000 rupees, and then when I went to the next job after 14 months, it was 18,000. And then I stayed in that company for 2 years, and then I changed again for, I believe it was like 45 or $48,000, sorry, rupees. And then when I came here in United States, it was from the fifth largest company named Putney Computer. My salary was about 35,000, $36,000. And about 10 months later, I switched to another US based company and for a 71,000 salary. So I have switched jobs every time to double my salary in my initial days. Um, and I have done that like 4 times, and then I built a very strong foundation for my long-term career, and I've been in this company and became team leader, manager, senior manager, and all whatnot, and I started writing online. So it is quite possible. What I'm sharing is aspiration as advice as well as actions that you can take. So with that, I request everyone to please retweet, share, comment, so that more people can know about this space. With that, I see two hands.
Happy code, it didn't crash.
All right, Happy Code, over to you.
Hey guys. Uh, First of all, I just want to take a few seconds to highlight like how immensely helpful and this space has been going on so far. Right, the sort of like tips and advices that has been made by all the other speakers, right? So incredible. Uh, yeah, I just also wanted to quickly thanks Vinod like for hosting this amazingly like wonderful space, and a few of the things that I'm hearing here is that you don't get them for free, right? And we're just like just speaking them here, right? So that's the level of like sort of what I feel about those tips that has been pointed out here. Now, uh, I mean, about online presence, what I realized, what we're doing here, right, is exactly sort of, I feel, is the core of on building your online presence, right? If you're like here in this space, attending, listening, just tweeting about it, commenting it, like you're sort of like, you're doing some level of online presence. So, yeah, I mean, if you are interested and if you're here, then that's, you're already like doing the step one. Now, I mean, but what I also wanted to, quickly remind is, uh, it comes at, some cost, right? So I mean, it's not always something. I mean, if you enjoy doing it, that's well and good. But like, it's gonna take your time, right? It's like you have to just like values don't just come out of thin air. You have to sit down, jot them down, spend some time, write them, research them, or just simply coming up on spaces, turning up every day, speaking with people. Those things takes time, and you have to somewhere like deep down like understand like why do you want to do it, right? Like, is it? I mean, the core of sort of reasoning philosophy like behind it, like why do you want to make that online presence? So like from my like sort of perspective, I have been a developer like for like 7 years, and I have zero online presence. I mean, all my online presence was on the Confluence, right, and all the team dashboards. So yeah, and did I feel the need that time? I never realized. I mean, I was happily like doing that, just regular coding and enjoying that, no online presence, no such things. But I enjoyed writing, right? Somewhere over time, like I just felt good. Like I want to. I realized like I've been while I'm learning, I'm also taking notes down, right, just for my own future references. Also, I mean, it just makes me understand things better, right? And once you have like a huge chunk of them, your memory can only keep such so much in your head. So you got to also start sort of like revising, learning, doing things, and sometimes you feel like you might as well like just share them, right? Like what you have created, and then people might find that useful. And once you do that, and if you like sort of enjoy doing that, then I mean that's sort of like my core reasoning is how I come to online presence. And I mean the point that I was getting to was that it's gonna take your time, right? If you're working like let's say 9 to 5 and you have your job, right, and you have some I mean of course like you're getting paid for it, so you have to dedicate like your full amount of like time there. But there's something you're doing out of your love, so you can last longer is how I see it. But I mean, I would also suggest if somebody is doing it, it only adds up to the advantages because the super points made by Ritik, right? It just cannot be said any better, right? Like how it has helped him. So I mean, if you are here, it's only for the good. If you're not doing it, right? I mean, there's no harm, but like if you are doing it, you would be like slightly better is how I see it. And yeah, I mean, again, you got to be love to doing that, right? You need to know like why exactly you want to do that. So yeah, I mean, I'll leave it up to that, and I mean, also like I just want to quickly say. thank you, guys, and it's so lovely to see you again, Utpa and Vinod. Like I got to see you yesterday as well, and incredibly like seeing you guys and hearing you again for the consecutive days. And Sarthak, I mean, I have recently got to know you. Your tweets started appearing in my timeline, and I started loving them. So I followed you, and thank you. I found you on this space, right? So it's lovely seeing you here. Yep.
Uttab, I will let you go and summarize. Uh,
No,
uh,
I just wanted to mention something. I know people are DMing me about the open source project I mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, John already has 22 people already on his team, and he's not like accepting any more requests to join. So, um, but if I come across any other project, or maybe if he knows someone who has project that who just open up for open source, I'll list them on Twitter and see if anyone can take leverage out of that. But for time, like the one I'm actually contributing, that's already been closed. So now he already had 22 to 23 people, and he already distributed the job amongst everyone. So yeah,
thank Uttaba. Uttaba. Say that again.
it's not hard, man. It's Utpa, simple.
And that's how I was pronouncing the day one, and then somebody corrected me.
It's Utpa. I was like, all right. I was
Utba.
happy. I was like, as long as you say my name, I don't mind. It's fine. Just go with the flow.
No, Utba. Thank you so much, Happy Coder. You made such a great point, especially around the value that you are getting from this space and all the speakers who have spoken and shared things. So thank you for that. Oh my God! See who just joined us. I have been waiting for Graham for long time. Graham, thank you so much for joining. So for Graham, I'm going to summarize this space. Okay, one more time. Um, we are talking about the same junior developer that we have spoken about for last two spaces. Last space when we was talking about connections, networking for the junior developer, there were so many points around how to build the presence, and so I thought. This topic required a dedicated space. So I started, I brought that here, and we are talking about what online presence actually mean, and then why to build one for you as as a developer, and then what are the different platform, and how to actually do it when it comes to the day-to-day actions. And there's so much good discussion that has been going on. Everybody is sharing both aspirational aspect, long-term aspect, mindset aspect, as well as action step, like what to do today to that level, that what can you do today and tonight. We have amazing speakers as well as a participant in this space. I'm just blown away by the information and the participation. And with that, Graham, welcome, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, all you beautiful people, fellow monsters. Yeah, so I have something I can add to this conversation straight off. It's very timely. The reason I didn't join the space earlier is because I got a 12-hour ban for a very innocuous tweet. And so it brings me onto a subject of make sure you own one of the platforms that you are creating content on. So by that, I mean, make sure that you've created a blog. You can use something like Hashnode or Dev2 or something, but yet again, you don't own your content. So there are two things you can do. You can either have your own blog, or you can have a mailing list where you can export to all the people who are on your mailing list so that you have that. Main reason being, anything could happen. And if you spend a lot of time building up an online presence and then something happens to the platform or their algorithm or whatever it may be, you may lose a lot of the work that you've done, and it's a lot of effort to build it back up. So that's my first bit of advice when you're not on the how to, but on things you should consider. You should definitely consider making sure that you are in some way utilizing platforms like Twitter, Dev2, wherever it may be, to drive traffic to something that you have full control over, so that you are building a long-term asset that is not depending on someone else's actions. And yes, I am back. I will answer more questions as they come.
Thank you, Graham. I'm so sorry to hear that, but the great advice. Sam, I don't know if he is still here. He was talking about something where he has his own blog and then he does some kind of cross linking and SEO optimization so that the traffic comes to his blog. So thank you for sharing. And then your name come up a couple of times recently by Ritik. He was just here, and he was giving you thank you for all the support that you have given to him.
Well, that's very sweet, but I keep telling people, Ritik, I'll tell you too, stop saying publicly that I'm supportive and nice. You're ruining my reputation. My reputation is that I'm an asshole who tells people off, who's mean. Don't DMs are different. You know, there's the public persona, there's the private persona. Don't share this stuff with people. What are you doing to me? Gosh. So the first thing, I love that point that you were saying on like driving traffic to your own stuff. So here's a very simple, it's not the complete plan, but here's a very simple plan for someone who maybe started out or already has their own blog, but they're looking for how to get some traffic onto it and get some domain authority, which is basically dictates how well you rank. That's the simplest explanation of domain authority. Create a blog post. So this is obviously for people who create written content. Create a blog post, post it to your own site. Then promote it on social media. By all means, do that then. Do that early. But don't cross-post it to other sites yet. You need to wait 2 weeks, as a general rule, before you post onto content aggregator sites like Dev2, like Medium, like Hashnode, if you use Hashnode as a secondary promotion tool. There's a good reason for that, and there's an extra bit in this that I will add. You want the stuff to have already indexed in Google before you post it anywhere else, because if you are trying to compete with the likes of dev.to, they have a very high domain authority you will not have unless you're an absolute genius. And so they will just squash you. If you post things at the same time, they will get all the traffic and all the juice onto their site. So the aim is you post it on your site, you wait 2 weeks, and then when you post the article, you have to make sure you post it to places that let you set something called a canonical URL. And what a canonical URL does is lets you post the same content in other places without Google thinking, oh, this is duplicate content. Or, worse yet, oh, this is the original piece on Dev2. Like you could basically say, actually, this is the original piece. Please, any link juice that you're able to, please give it to my site. And that way you can start building authority off the back of bigger sites that have already done a lot of the work. And that means eventually you'll start ranking better on your own website. So remember that one. And then for the sites, before I shut up, that you can't set canonicals, such as LinkedIn, which really annoys me unless they've changed that in the last few months and I've missed it. Don't post the whole damn article there. Post a summary of the article and then a link to the full article at the end of it. That's the sort of thing you post on places like LinkedIn. That way, there's still some content on there, but it's not the whole piece. And then you can start driving people back to your piece. And when you get really good at it, you find smart ways to reference more examples and more of your own work throughout the articles that you post to sites that are selfish enough to not let you set the canonical URL. So I'll just add those points to it.
Thank you, Graham. And Sam came back and he has his hands up. So I gave the reference to Sam, and I think it's regarding that. So I will let Sam go next.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. No, all I wanted to say was, firstly, thank you, Graham. I never knew that 2 week thing. I think I've done it once or twice by accident, just because I was forgetful and or lazy, and then I got really good results, but I never attributed it to that. So thank you for clearing that up. Thank you again to Vinod for even making this platform where people can come and learn stuff. See, I thought I was smart earlier. I came and said some stuff like, yeah, do this, do that. And then like, who knew? Like less than an hour later, I'm learning how to make it 100 times better. So thank you, Vinod. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, everyone, man. This is why I love this stuff, man. This is why I love spaces. But yeah, crack on. I'll leave now. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Uttab, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Graham, even though that's a prime example of clickbait, because Graham said don't follow me, but then end up following him for like, for everyone to follow him. He said like, oh, don't follow me, and then end up getting a lot of followers. So, but um, I got into a blog writing because of Graham, because I saw his work. His work is amazing. He's one of the best writer of, like, the technical writer, I can say. Like, he's amazing. And then I got a lot of good tips from him. Like in terms of the canonical names and whatnot. And I actually currently working on my blog post project as well. I'm trying to create even though he said that I create a WordPress one, but I wanted to show my skills and what I'm learning and create the website. So, but yeah, I'm working on it. But yeah, shout out to him, man. He's amazing. He's amazing. If you're not following him, follow him. Even though he's gonna say don't follow me, but follow this guy. He's amazing.
And Utba, who is next?
We gotta go to Sarthak. Actually, Krish, because he has his hands up for a long period of time now. So, Krish.
Hey everyone. Just came here to congratulate Vivek and appreciate what he was doing. But I picked along a lot of points since then. About the open source thing, I just wanted to mention is that even if John's team is full, you can still go to his project. You can still have a look at it for yourself, and maybe you'll find somewhere something that you can improve. And that, even if you cannot improve that, that is a perfectly valid issue that you can create for other people to resolve. And that is going to be a perfect open source contribution. I believe that you should try that out once. And about the blog article thing, this is a very awesome thing, Graham. I also do this, but I'm lazy, so I did this for like my first two blogs, and then I never did it. But yes, I did drive a lot of engagement on Dev2 because of that. And the algorithms for Dev2, Hashnode, all these platforms are different. What I've noticed is the content that does good on Dev2 and daily.dev does the worst on Hashnode for some reason. The inverse is also true. So yeah, just make sure that you are tuning in the content, fixing mentions if you've mentioned someone in the content, and using all the features because some platforms do not support some features while some do. So you might want to edit your embeds in all of those to make your content be the craziest content out there on the platform.
Great input, Krish. And I remember we have spoken a lot in previous spaces. I guess maybe a couple of months ago. But
Yes,
yeah, yeah,
we spoke in a lot of spaces. I guess it was back when you had 1,000 followers or something, and I had
yes.
pretty low as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was focusing more on the content and especially deciding the direction that I need to take because maybe that's the next thing that we can talk about. But I took a lot of time in January, first quarter and second quarter, to hone into exactly what I want to talk about versus talking about everything and anything. And I think. That's a journey that everybody will probably want to take that initially when you start writing and I'm sure there are many people on this space. Oh, shout out to Dave! Thank you so much for coming back, Dave. Um, and so many people are here that may not have contributed to different social platforms. So I want to set the stage for kind of giving direction to some of the mindset, some of the mental inertia related topic. And when you start writing online, again, writing online is just one of the way you build your online presence. Let's get that straight. Ravi, in the beginning of the space, he shared that how he, as a hiring manager, used LinkedIn and GitHub to check you online, and then there are many other comments and points that there are many platforms which include LinkedIn, Twitter, GitHub, online communities, open source, then your own blog or shared blog like Hashnode or Dev. So there are many platforms. Um, and my recommendation would be to not go after all these platforms, select one or two to begin the process. And in the beginning, there will be a lot of mental inertia that you will have to encounter. And I recently wrote about that there are 6 different stages that I had to go through. And the stage number one is where I was writing as an hobby, and in those time, you just write because you like writing, you like summarizing your learning, or you like to document that how you solve one particular problem. So that's how you start. And then even before you get the courage to post online, the first stage could be that you just start consuming other people content and you like and share their post. So the very first contribution could be you pressing the like button, and then you pressing the retweet or reshare or some kind of if you have read something in a blog, you're basically copying the hyperlink and posting it on LinkedIn or Twitter or some platform to share with other. That's kind of the first stage. The second stage, now you are commenting and you are engaging with the writer or other people on who are replying to this particular post in the comment section. So you can comment on the what writer has originally shared or comment on a comment, and that's a great way to start expressing yourself. Low friction, very low friction. Third stage, where um, you start writing your own content now. And again, the low friction there would be to answer somebody's questions on one of the forum, or um, if you answer somebody in a DM, you can convert that into a post because you already have a specific question and a specific answer. Third one, if you solve a problem for yourself. For example, a long time ago, I was using VMware as my virtual server, and after a couple of months, I could not turn it on. I had my project there, so I had to do whatever I had to turn it on, and I did. And along the time, I was taking screenshot or steps, and then I just took another 10-15 minutes to summarize and post on my blog, and that went really, I mean, that did very well. At some point it was like 400 views per day. But all I did is solve my own problem and shared with other people. So you start writing, and once you're at that stage, you have to understand initially nobody reads anything. Sam shared a few minutes ago that he wrote for 2 years before his content start getting traction. And it happened with everyone. I started writing on Medium in 2019, and until 2020 late, in fact 2021 late 20, yes, before I joined Ship 30 for 30 last year in April, it was slowly growing. And I believe it was October 2022 or sometime when I saw that suddenly the traffic was like 150,000 views per month, and that was like mind boggling. Like I could not believe, but at the same time it was all 200 post article that I have posted until that point. So when you start writing, you have to understand that you're not writing for others, you're writing for yourself, you're getting comfortable, and then at some point during this stage, you become a better one is translating what you're thinking into words. The second one is understanding some of the basic concept writing technique, which include how to write a headline, how to write your um, formatting. Like 131 is what I follow most of the time, is one line then three line, sorry, one sentence then three sentence then one sentence, and then some of the how to write hook, um, how to write a story and things like that. So once you at that stage, you learn either by reading the free resources or hiring a coach like I did with Ship 30 for 30. But there are hundreds of resources available that you can use. But that's the stage where you are trying to get better by understanding the technique, and then finally you will be at the stage where you can turn this into a side hustle or something. But it is a very long journey. Start with the mindset that you will go through these steps one by one, and then you address your mental inertia, which could be I do not have time to write, my English is not excellent, uh, I do I do not know what other people will think of me. Um, then what if I write about my project, what my employer will think about me, whether or not I can share this information or not. I do not know what to write about. And then this is the best one. I have too many things to write about, so I don't know how to niche down. And then which platform to write. So all these are um, different topic that make you overthink and take you away from actually taking action. And then I will stop by saying somebody posted this that instead of thinking about I want to I want to start a blog, write a post that just saying this, I want to write a blog, and this is why I want to write a blog. I retweeted this morning, and somebody mentioned that in this space as well, that your first tweet could be just, I decided to write a blog. So, with that, I will take a pause. I will request everyone to please share this space with everyone so that more people can know about it. And then with that, I will take a pause. There are two hands prior to when I start talking. So if you still have something about the previous discussion, you're welcome to finish that. And then second, let's have more input around how you have gotten over these mental inertia, how you have your journey, how you started, and what can work for the junior developer that we are talking about. So first, I will go to Uttab, and then yeah.
No, just wanted to make one point while you're talking about tech writing. One thing I actually started using is Notion. Notion is like it's basically a database plus notes plus it's like all in one application, right? What I normally do is sometimes I get this blog ideas, while I'm doing some random stuff, whether I'm like in the gym or maybe at work or maybe I'm cooking in the kitchen. And what I do is I have like this Notion in my phone, and I just completely write it down, like just few points, like what I'm going to talk about, right? And then next time when I sit on my computer, I create this whole outline. But sometimes applications like this is really helpful. You can just jot it down, any information that comes in your mind, because rather than just like, oh, I know what I'm going to write down, but then when you sit in front of a computer, you have no idea. You already forget about that. So, tools like this I use every day. So that's just one thing. Like Notion is a really good application to utilize your blog writing, your notes taking, or anything that you wanted to do. It's just one application that contains everything. So I actually have a couple blog posts that I'm currently working on, and I use it as a database in Notion, and I have everything listed out like outline wise. And now I'm probably gonna start working on those blog posts, and sooner I'm probably gonna release them on dev.to. So yeah, that's something I wanted to share. In case there's someone wondering how can we, I have so much to write about. I don't know. I don't have a structured area to put all these things together. So Notion, number one priority. So use that. Yeah. You go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And that's the writing process. I think the main point is first, um, brain dump what you have in your mind, structure that, and then keep going through that in a tool like Notion. And those process would be tremendous. I will add one more thing, Uttab, that that really worked well, recording yourself. And many of us, when we talk in a certain way. When we start writing, we kind of have this under pressure that we have to write in a certain way. But if you just brain dump that in a voice recording, then it can tremendously improve the delivery. First, you will know how your writing voice will be, because now it can match to your how you speak. And then there are many tools now, including Utter and many other tools that can convert this voice note into text, and then you can just reformat. So great idea about braindom. And then a great idea about well, my idea about using the voice note. Graham just raised his hand, so I think he has a very good point about what we're talking about. So I will go to Graham first.
It was just one thing that Utbal said that I just want to add an extra little bit in here. Look, some people struggle to come up with ideas for content, and it's because no one's ever said, look, there's a really easy way to never run out of content ideas. So I'm hoping this is useful to someone. Come up with a series. Start at a very high level. So, pick something big like JavaScript APIs, or all the HTML elements, or the entirety of CSS, although those are all massive and scary. But the thing is, within that, it's very easy to then go find a list of, like, using the JavaScript APIs example, there are 1,000 of them. So, like, if you think you're going to run out of things to write about, well, I tell you what, why don't you go and write about each one of them? Actually try and do a practical example of using it, learn about it. It's great for learning. It also means you're never going to be sat there with that horrible writer's block moment of, what in the hell should I create next? And I say writer's block, the same for if you're creating videos, podcasts, spaces, whatever it may be. Spaces is a bit different, but that's a bad example. But for most content, if you start with a big series idea, there are so many ways to go from there that you will not run. There's too much content to create in the next 10 years if you just pick something large enough. So, if you need inspiration, go and write about, Tailwind and all the different classes, and that you can do an example for how to use each one of them correctly. Then you have to use apply and things like that. So pick something big, then go have a look at like MDN or something and see how many things are related to that, and then just try and structure them into a logical order. And from there, you're never going to run out of content ideas. Your problem's going to be you have too much content and you have to try and pick what's going to be the winners. That's a nicer problem to have.
That's perfect. And I just realized that exactly what I did with starting my spaces. I came up with the series, so I already kind of planned for 5 spaces before I actually begin doing it. So excellent idea. This is practical idea that anybody can kind of implement starting today. And you also gave them a concrete example of JavaScript library. So perfect. Thank you, Graham. I think it was Ritik, then Chris, then Vishal, then Dave. Go ahead, Ritik.
Okay. Yeah. So, firstly, I'm sorry, Graham, that I complimented you. I'll be criticizing you from now on. Well, just kidding, just kidding. So I wanted to share just one thing that if someone wants to know about like content creation as developers and all, so I had my first space on that topic, and the speakers were Francisco, Graham, all those influential folks. So if someone wants that, you can DM me and I'll send you the link. And secondly, another benefit of having a good online presence in just one platform is that I have not shared about my blogs via my tweets for like 2 months, but still people visit my blogs and I get followers just because I have that one link on my bio. So just having a good online presence on one platform kind of covers off different platforms. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Man, awesome. Ritik, I would suggest you pin that link to this space so that everybody can kind of know about it. Um, and then your point about having
Yeah, I'll try to, but the problem is that Twitter is too glitchy, and sometimes I'm unable to. So I'll see if I can right now.
send it to
So yeah.
me and then I will do it.
Okay, I'll send it to you
Yep.
right now.
Yeah, Graham.
Super quickly, I've just pinned to the top something else that may help people who are trying to work out, okay, how can I create more content? It's literally just 15 boxes that you show different content types and different content lengths. And it relates to what I was saying about series. So you can pick somewhere on the grid to start from. So you may have an initial idea, and then you can work outwards from there to transform it into series or just into some tweets, upwards to different medium types. So go and check that out if you get a moment. I wrote it to help people who are struggling to come up with ideas. Because that's the other trick that we haven't really spoken about, which is you don't need that many ideas if you repurpose your content into different formats. So you need one good idea, and then you can probably create tweets and infographics and videos and shorts and you name it. There are loads of things you can create from that one good idea. So I just thought I'd share that as well, because hopefully that'll be useful to someone who's trying to get into content creation.
Thank you, Graham. Chris?
Right. So I really love the tips that Graham gave. I wanted to say hi to Vicky first of all. And I also have, like a little bit of a preference that is different from actually, going first to Notion. So what I think is that, you retain things better if you write them. That's the whole point of writing things down with a pen. So when I make notes, like I'm learning something. Recently, I was learning how to validate your ideas from the startup school by Y Combinator. So I made a lot of notes, about 2, 3 pages worth of notes, right? And then I can go ahead and use like Google Lens to get the text out of them, and then I can either upload it to Notion. Yeah, uploading it to Notion is awesome. Or you can go ahead into an AI tool and get your points to be written into proper sentences. And boom, that is like an infinite content generation machine. You learn something because you're always going to learn something. And then you make notes, you add it to your Notion for your knowledge base, you use an AI, get, well made sentences out of it, and post it, and that just works.
Love it. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, so I'm sorry for interrupting in middle, but Vinod sir, I just shared you the link on your DM so you can check that.
Okay, Ritik. All right, I will get that posted. Can somebody tell me one thing that what happened to all the pins node when the space ended? Do we still have access to them or not? No. Okay. All right. All right. So probably posting that as a comment as well would be useful, I guess. So okay, I get it. Thank you. With that, we'll go to Vishal.
Hi everyone. I started building in public since past 1 month, and everything has been almost good, 90% good. But the one hurdle that I'm facing is like, as a beginner, of course, when I share my learnings, I will make mistakes and I will share something wrong, and then I receive feedback and then I make the correction. So I had two issues basically. I shared a post in which I made an error. I got a comment and then I rechecked it. So I deleted the post and made the correction and reposted it again. But in the second instance, where recently I made a post where I basically it's a cartoon explaining difference between client and server, and I have mentioned clearly that this is for beginners, for just for a beginner to get an idea of what it is. So the thing that happened is I two people commented under that post. One person was just some random troll who told that you're doing this just for views, and the second person also told in a little bit harsh way that uh, this is not. He mentioned everything in detail that this you have not mentioned this. You are uh, putting beginners in some wrong direction. And then I replied to him that this is just for beginners. This is not in depth. This is just for getting a basic idea. And if you want, people can search again more about it. So, but when I went to his profile, he was a React developer. So I wanted to know, like, how do you differentiate between whether it is a constructive criticism or whether it is a troll? Like, the React developer, I seeing his profile, I felt maybe it is constructive criticism. But when I rechecked the profile, I was like, oh, everything is correct. Being a React developer, also he seemed like a troll to me. So, like, how do you differentiate which one to take as constructive and which one to just ignore and take as troll?
Who would like to answer that question? I can start, and then if anybody want to to contribute to that. Fortunately, I'm not at the stage where somebody has really trolled any of my posts, but I faced some spam type things. But in this case, what I would anticipate would happen that if somebody has commented or um, posted something negative, in that case, there are two options. One, we can ignore that, and second, we can post a comment on the post with a question, either to ask them to explain, or second, um, sharing your point of view, and then kind of finish it there. So those are the two things that I would do in that case. I have actually not encountered that kind of situation yet. If anybody on this space who have faced that, and please speak up and share. Yes, Jason. Go ahead, Jason.
As
Jason,
always,
you're breaking up.
Jason. So, just so everyone knows, Jason has a GoFundMe for a new phone and new internet connection because he hosts spaces and he can
How
never
about
hear what
now?
people are
Can you hear me
saying or
now?
anything. There we go. You're back. Wow,
Yes,
did you?
yes, yes,
Dude, it's
finally.
these AirPods, man. They do not work. Um, Vishal, man, good to see you in the space. I had a question. What is your
While we're waiting for Jason, Sam, please go ahead.
Vinod, just so you know, Jason was talking then, so I'll shout when
LOL?
he's finished.
Um, I, I had a question for
Okay.
Vishal. what's your goal with posting? Like, what are you creating the content for? Are you trying to be an influencer? Are you trying to, I guess, establish like building in public? I'm just curious, not being critical.
It seems like Sam and Jason, they both connection are like a spinning.
So Jason is speaking. I'll throw
Yeah,
you a
I can
thumbs up
hear
when he's
Jason.
finished.
If Vinod, if you turn on closed captions, you'll be able to see the text from him speaking and then know when he's finished.
Okay.
I can pop out and then come back in. Usually that fixes that too, if you would like.
Finish what you were saying, Jason. I'll throw a thumbs up when you're done, and then Vinod knows what's happening. Vinod, just so you know, he's asking a question of Vishal, so Vishal will probably go straight after.
Yeah, I guess the reason I'm asking is because ultimately, like, don't engage. If you're here to further your career, you're here to do whatever the hell it is you want, don't engage. Like, you're going to have trolls, like, all the time. It doesn't matter if you did something right or wrong. There's always going to be them at every level, even at the highest level, at the lowest level, whether it's content creation, whether it's the building in public, whether it's how you do your spaces. If you don't do your spaces, like that, this platform is built for people with opinions to express them all the time. Just don't engage. That's my advice. It's a time suck, and if you focus on that too much, then again, your priority of what you set out to do is going to be altered, and you never want that. I'm all done, Graham. You can tell Vishal.
I've given the thumbs up. Vishal, did you want to say anything?
No, my purpose was actually that only, that it solidifies what I learn, and it's so much fun to share with everyone, because I get positive DMs as well that, hey, I'm also working on something similar, and I have connected to people who are working on similar projects. So I think that's the best advice, that just ignore.
Super easy to block people on here.
Go ahead, Ram.
So Jason said super easy to block people on here, just so that you know what's going on, Vinod. Actually, I'd recommend using the mute button over the block button. If you block people, especially those who are trolling you, they will then find other accounts and other ways to try and be abusive and horrible to you. If you mute them, they just give you loads of extra engagement for no reason, and you don't have to put up with their shit. So there you go. Use the mute button liberally. And that will hopefully protect you. And then one last thing on the trolls. There are 2 levels that you can go. One, I definitely recommend you just mute them, get rid of them, or if you're on another platform, report them, or whatever mechanism to get rid of them, unless you happen to be like me. And if you're like me, what you do with the trolls is you say really nice things back to them. So they're saying, oh, this article is fucking garbage. I hate what you've written. You're an idiot, blah, blah, blah. You go, thank you for your constructive feedback. I love when the community rallies around you. They don't know what to do because they don't have the brains to actually have a conversation. So if you're that way inclined, that's the other way you can handle it. Be overtly nice to these people, and they soon retreat into their little shell because they want people they can attack and be nasty to and make other people feel as bad as they do. So yeah, there you go. But generally the advice would be mute or report or whatever mechanism is available on the platform you're on.
Thank you. That was a great advice. And Graham, why was not able to listen to Jason, but you can?
Oh, it's Twitter bugs. Sorry, X bugs. X bugs for the win. Like, it happens all the time in spaces. I'm surprised you've not had it more often.
Oh, okay. So sorry. In that case, Jason, I was interrupting you for no reason.
Well, you can tell him I said it's cool, unless he can hear me now.
We're not doing the relay round robin.
I do
No,
it.
I can read.
Fine.
I can read. Graham told me to enable my captions so I can read. And Sam, do you still have something to say? You have your hands up.
Yeah, it was just, I can't really follow better advice than to use the mute button because that's ultimately the best thing to do. But it reminded me of one time something similar happened to me. I posted like I like writing, but I'm kind of scared of writing the technical blogs because I know I'm not, I'm kind of green in this. So I'm scared to make an error. I'm scared to look like an idiot. But sometimes I just take a deep breath and do it. And I did it one time, and this one article got reposted by, if anyone's in the Laravel community, they know Polyvas. He's like the head of Laravel News. He reposted it, and it got so many eyes on it. And obviously, there's people that have been in this game for like 20 odd years, have looked at my little old article, and they've just like not picked it to pieces, but like they've picked holes in it, and they've come back and they've commented on it on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it, and they've come back and been like, no, you should never do this, no, you should never do that, oh, that's stupid, this is stupid, blah blah blah. And instead of like getting all upset and treating them like trolls or muting them or whatever, I like fully went into it and I replied to them and I said, look, like this was the use case. I understand what you're saying, but the reason I was doing it this way is because I wanted X, Y, Z. Because the thing you can't forget in programming is that there's like 100 ways to skin a cat. Like no two, hardly any programmers will do the same thing the same way. Like there's a million ways to do everything. Yes, there's rules. Yes, there's like common practices. But at the end of the day, we're all here experimenting a little bit. We're all doing things in our own flavor a little way. And the other thing not to forget is that the majority of senior programmers are really bad socially. Like it sounds like they're insulting you, but to them they're just talking. Like if you know who Linus, like the dude who made Linux, the way he speaks to people is disgusting. You wouldn't accept that in a social situation. But that's the way the dude's mind works, isn't it? So just cut him a bit of slack. It feels like they're trolling. A lot of the time they're just being technical. They're just like that. So take all the personal like stuff out of it and take on board what they're saying. Think about the technical side of it, and then do you know what? Fight them back. Like say, I did it because of this. Like maybe they didn't think of that. And sometimes you'll be surprised. They'll be like, oh right, okay, if that's what you're doing, then it's fine. And you'll learn something. And like again, like we're talking about like building your online presence and networking, making connections. You could impress and make connections with a fairly senior person because they picked a hole in your technical ability and you've backed it. So like it's a possible opportunity to sort of like be able to get your foot in the door. You never know. You never know. That was all. It just reminded me of that.
Utba, I understand that Sam is done. So
You still can hear it, don't you?
no, I can't hear Jason
Okay,
and
no problem. Um,
He's
I just
really
wanted to,
channeling tech commute vibes right now.
bro. As soon as you join in, that's what happened. I'm just kidding. Uh, but I got first of all, and it goes to everyone, right? Whoever is starting to write blogs about and like whatever, whether you're learning or whether you have a topic to cover. First thing first, you need to understand that your blog post is going to be publicly available, which means that you don't have a control. I mean, you don't have a full control on anyone, right? They might have anything they want to say. Your job is if you know what you're talking about, just put it out there. Simple. Don't worry about anyone else. If someone, I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but if someone come across and they'd be like, "Hey, your writing doesn't mean this, doesn't mean that," what I'm gonna do, yeah, Graham is right. You gotta mute them, whatever. But I'm just gonna simply ignore it because you know why? There might be tons of other people that taking leverage out of that. They're taking some benefit, some value out of that, right? So that's something that if you're learning and you want to share something, do it. But one thing I'm gonna make things clear here, right? If you are if you're reading some information out of on the internet, right? And let's say you find it useful and you want to utilize that into your blog post, do not forget to give them a credit, right? Otherwise, people then you don't want people hunting you. Be like, hey, you're using our content, you're not giving us a shout out. So make sure that if you're using anything, whether it's React or someone's blog post that you find a really good article or maybe a little session of code that a section of information you want to put on your blog post, make sure you mention that, like, hey, this code I found by this person. That way, it don't cross your post and exactly where you got this reference from, right? So do not forget to use that. Other than that, dude, internet is free. Go put whatever you want, right? But just keep this thing in mind that whatever you're sharing, it has to be useful, right? So that way people can take leverage. That's something I wanted to point it out. Vinod, if you can hear me, back to you.
No, I can. I can hear everyone except Jason and Sam. And I
Count your blessings.
It's okay. We deal with that every day, so you're fine.
Nobody hears me in my space, and that's the best part of them.
And I think Excel will be exactly like that because I can see that the circle is spinning in front of their name. So, but I see your hand is up. Um, so Ritik and then Excel.
Okay. So as far as criticism is concerned, I wanted to add just 2 points. Firstly, look for the tone of the comment. Secondly, look for the credibility of that person. Most of the times, by looking at the tone of the comments, we get to know, is it a criticism, like constructive criticism, or it is just a trolling. Yep. So, and secondly, look at the credibility. So even if it is a constructive criticism, but if that person has done nothing in that sector and just giving you like this, like gyan, or I would say sharing knowledge with you, then I would say, well, that constructive criticism has no use or whatsoever. So yeah.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello,
Thank you,
everyone.
Ritik.
Nice to be here. Hello,
Go ahead,
Vinod.
Axel.
You cannot hear me, but that's fine. I'm gonna speak very quickly. Yeah, like it came up because I felt identified by what Vishal said. I've received in some occasions comments like that, and it's really not pleasant at all because you generally come with the best intentions, and then there's someone that just wants to ruin your day, and just it is just literally that, like I went ahead and did like the Graham strategy. I engaged with the guy, but like in a positive tone, and he would just reply with like more nastiness and stuff. And I was just like, okay, like I'll leave it at that level. And it was absolutely like unwarranted. Like I guess some people are having bad days and they just see your tweet and they just want to engage in some way with it. So yeah, that's fine. Like you just have to learn to like accept that. It's nice to give them an example of being a gentleman. I think that that's a good thing, because you leave, yeah, I like a good impact in the world. Like everyone that sees that comment of that person and then sees your comment will realize, that that person is just trash. And like when it happened to me, it was an account like was, at that time I must have had like 200 followers or something, and the account was like 15K. And yeah, like his followers are on board with him in terms of defacing people and doing that stuff like that. So his followers were like commenting in favor of him, which is fine. But yeah, like it does happen. Luckily it happens very rarely, right? Which is a good thing. For me, it just happened in one or two occasions, and the rest of the time it has been fine. I think Tech Twitter or Tech X, whatever we're calling it now, it's really a great community. Like I can vouch for that. So yeah, it will happen once or two occasions. Just don't make too much of it. And sometimes there are discussions in the internet that you won't be able to win. Just keep it at 2 or 3 levels, and if you see there's not progressing, just leave it alone, because otherwise it's gonna be an endless discussion that no, only the person with the most time will win. I guess. So yeah, I guess that's my advice. Just keep it at 1 or 2 levels if you want to engage. Otherwise, just let it go.
Vinod,
And Vinod hasn't heard me, so I guess someone else has to go now.
Vinod, can you?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. What I did, I I turn on my X on my desktop, so now I can hear there. And it's surprising to see I'm listed as listener there, not as a host. So,
Hello.
but I was able to solve that problem. I was able to hear everything.
That's good to
Graham, go
know.
ahead.
That's good to know.
So I'm going to blow your mind, Vinod. You can actually join other people's spaces on the computer while you're hosting a space on your phone. And if you open multiple tabs and sign in with different browsers or different profiles, you can actually be in 5 spaces at once. I used to call it multi-spacing. People thought I was everywhere and listening. I really wasn't. I was just literally showing my face in a load of spaces because I thought it was hilarious and listening to one of them. So yes, you can also do that, by the way.
Yeah, and
But
also there's a trick when
if
you
you
have
do that,
problem.
then how do you mute on one tab and then unmute on all other?
You can mute your tab, but
Mute, but
what I wanted to
sound as
say,
well.
Vinod,
Oh,
probably
never
you'll
mind.
hear this afterwards in the browser, is that there's actually a trick in Twitter that if you close your app
Thank you for sharing that. I did the
and
multi-spacing part.
okay, and if you try to rejoin again, you get 1 minute to rejoin again, and then you'll
Udva,
solve
you
your
take.
problems. Then you can hear everyone.
Who's next? Do you know? Oh, Graham, you go ahead.
Okay, so Axel, you managed to get that out. Luckily, this is so funny watching Vinod try and work out what's going on when Axel's talking. It's the joy of Twitter Spaces. I'm glad you finally experienced this, Vinod, because it's something I'm all too familiar with. Axel, leave and come back because you're making life hardware for Vinod, and he's doing such a great job. Don't add to the stress. So we'll see you in a minute. Yeah, I wanted to just add a sensible thing to this trolls situation because a lot of us on stage here will get mild trolling, but occasionally, I'm not going to say, but you know what I'm about. Certain people are more likely to attract more offensive comments than others. Not something I bother about. Let's leave it at that, and hopefully you can work that one out. Look, the short answer is this: if someone is being an absolute arsehole, and it's not just someone like taking a snipe at you, and they're actually being, racist or going against your religion or sexist or whatever it may be, there are always report facilities. And I'd recommend building up a group of people who are your friends on these platforms. And whenever you come across this sort of horrible, bigoted sort of thoughts from people, DM them and say, hey, can you report this tweet as well? I've seen a lot of people disappear off platforms who are targeting people just because a group of people got together and reported. So it takes a bit of work, but it is worth it in the long run. Like I said, I'm here for the trolling. I'm here for the gentle ribbing. I'm here for the abusing your friends from a place of love. I am not here for the bigoted crap. Whenever you see it, report it. It takes you 30 seconds to a minute, and it is worth every single second of your time. Luckily, tech Twitter, not too bad, but yet again, we do see it. And when you do see it, just jump straight on there. And if you're lucky enough, like me, to have a few thousand followers, or you're an even bigger account, hopefully, call it out. Call it out. I try and avoid calling it out because it starts all sort of other arguments, but I have done that on a couple of occasions just because it's just not worth it. We just don't want it on here. There's enough shit in the world. We don't want it on tech Twitter. Sorry, X Twitter.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you for all different thoughts that we have shared around the trollers, haters, and I think all these advice will be helpful, especially when for the people who are starting to this journey of building their online prison through writing. I do see two more hands, um, Decibel and Ravi, and I apologize in advance for all the mispronunciation that I'm doing, but I will try my best to correct that as I go. So, with that, Mike, to you.
Hi, Bino. Okay. So, yeah, I was having some issues with the desktop version of the application, so I finally have to move to the mobile version. Yeah, I just want to give a couple of advice going back to a way to double your earnings or advice related with developer when they are starting his career and his professional work. In particular, I would say that the first advice is like do not get stuck on technology. I mean, uh, try to be like a pirate, like go behind the treasure, go behind the goals. Don't get stuck. For example, if I'm a JavaScript developer, I don't want to be part of any other project. That's an error. Yeah. When I started in computer, making my path, I remember I I remember, I can't remember how many projects I participate on that I don't even know that technology. I learned a lot from getting the project, knowing practically zero about that technology. I can name Java, I can name a lot of technology that we are not in use, they are not in use already. And my philosophy is like I prefer to get paid for learning even a few dollars that learn for free with the risk that never apply that knowledge. This is the main advice that I would like to give to developers starting. So move with the tendencies, move with the where the treasure is. For example, is I don't know, maybe it's just ChatGPT today, maybe it's Python, maybe it's JavaScript. Try to learn, try to give it a shot, and you lose anything at the end. Don't stay stuck on your current tech stack. Um, yeah, mainly that is the advice or the first one. I allow other people talk after me.
We know he's done talking. Can you hear me?
Yes, I've been reading from the caption. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I won't be able to do justice summarizing that because I was reading and it was so quick in this little window. So I would just say that thank you so much for sharing your thought, and I will move on to Raviji.
Okay, so I just wanted to say bye to everyone because it's already late night in India and I have to work also tomorrow. So it's already 1:30 a.m. India time. So I have to leave now. Bisal, you have sent me one message, so I will reply you maybe in the morning. I have seen your message probably. So yeah, thank you everyone. It was a nice space. It was nice talking to you all and listening different speaker. It was really a great experience for me. Thanks, Vinod. Thank you. Thanks for your space.
Thank you
We'll
so
connect
much for
in
joining
next
us,
week.
Raviji.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
Hey, good night.
Good night.
I want to give shout out to Nilesh ji who just joined. I mean, joined as a speaker now, and you're it's also spinning. So I guess when you will speak, I won't be able to hear. With that, I would go to Freshly AI.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Binod, for allowing me to speak. I am a new developer in the progress. I know very little. I got into programming. I mean, I have a few courses on my pocket on Python as a scientist. But I never really took into programming until ChatGPT came out, and I'm like, okay, this could really help me speed things up, and maybe I can get back into programming a little bit. And so I've developed several very micro SaaS in my website, and so I've been experimenting with that. And I mean, I love hearing you guys, like the real developers that been doing this for a while. I've been like fighting my way through like not only developing from scratch, but also doing deployments through Amazon Web Services. And oh my God, you guys that deal with that is crazy. And I mean, and I just wondered, like, how many of you have considered that since the advent of like the release of AI to the general public, how many of you guys that are like full stack or like really professional developers already way advanced, like how many of you have considered kind of like offering services to people like me that are mostly kind of like a hybrid kind of developer? I don't really want like to call myself even a developer because I mostly do copy paste of the codes. I mean I can read through, understand the variables and so on, but I don't write much code. But this new breed of developers, or whatever we may call them, uh, like how do you guys approach this, or do you see opportunities in this?
So again, I try to read and try to follow up, but I could not fully understand. So Uttab, you will have to take this.
I mean, I'm not really big on AI, so I won't be able to answer that question. To be honest with you, uh, yeah, man, that's not my my field right now. So yeah, I won't be able to answer that. But it's if someone have answered that question, please raise your hand.
I mean, to put it simply, it's like people that are now beginning to use code more frequently, and that never used code before. There's going to be tons and tons of people encountering problems because, of course, they're not programmers, they're not developers. They're trying to do either, a micro SaaS, or, a little website, or, they start to use some JavaScript, or, I don't know, some Pythons, and they will get stuck. And I see that as a lot of opportunities to the field of professional developers like you, a lot of you guys that have been like doing this kind of work for a long time. And I don't see much offering to like, hey, you started your project, you got stuck, we can help you out, and kind of like help the this new breed of sloppy programmers or chat gpt programmers to kind of like at least help them achieve what they want, right?
I will go to Graham. I think Graham got the answer, and then we'll go to Decibel. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about whether I've got the answer, but my immediate thought on this will be that yes, there will be some developers who pick up work from that, but the sort of people who will use ChatGPT to try and build their own program are generally the sort of people that would also not value a developer's time very highly. So I think you'd find that there's not going to be as many opportunities as you think, because the people who are the do-it-themselves builders generally when someone comes in and goes, well, that's going to cost you $3,000 or whatever it might be, that tends to be a big stumbling block for them, because they tend to be doing it themselves because they can't afford for someone else to do it for them. So yes, there will be opportunities there. I don't know at this stage whether that's a market that's going to establish itself very quickly, but give it 3 or 4 years, yeah, I think certainly there'll be enough people who have got funding. They've got enough people who are trying to build things themselves, who also have a budget. So yeah, today as it stands, I would say very unlikely that that's a viable business model. People stop phoning me. Viable business model that is not going to be a race to the bottom on pricing.
Thank you, Graham. Decibel, do you have any suggestion for this?
Yes, as I understood, freshly was asking if, in his opinion, he can't find any service like support the people starting. I would say the service exists. I mean, not for started developers, but it's when you are a consultant. Consultant is really is what you are asking to do. You are somebody that you want to ask help, but I think for a person starting, the price is gonna be real expensive. So my advice for you is like probably start a course, a cohort, like focus on learning your particular skill. For example, I'm developing and designing already a cohort for SQL database for people like you starting on this complicated work that is developing. The service exists. It's consultant, but it's gonna be expensive for anybody starting, because it's some kind of one-to-one, and it's not that the thing that you want to use. Definitely, I think so. Let me know.
Thank you so much, Decibel. Vinod, are you able to hear?
I was able to read. I feel like handicapped at this point. Like it was going so good, and then suddenly I'm kind of not able to contribute anything. Feel so sad. Is there anything I can do to fix it on my end, or this is how it is?
Technically, the only thing that you could do is go get out and come back, but then
And this will
this will completely end. So
no,
just stay
no.
out.
I mean, it's better if I'm not able to contribute. That's okay because everyone else is getting the value. So if I'm not getting 100%, that's fine. Versus let this space continue. Um, and oh, Graham has something to say, and then I will continue. Go ahead, Graham.
Sure.
Yeah, so I have got a suggestion for you if your PC's got a half decent mic on it, which is you set up another second account if you haven't got a second account very quickly. It takes like 30 seconds. You just need a throwaway email address. And then you can join this space from your computer and you can speak and listen from there, and you just use the phone for actually activating everyone. So you turn the volume right down on your phone and do it there. It's not an ideal, but it could work.
Nice. I will try that. But I think when I tried a PC, it has a lag of like 10 seconds. But I'm
When
going to
you're a
try.
speaker, it shouldn't have, only as a listener.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. All right. So I will try that. I will try that. And Axel, you have something to say.
Yeah, probably gonna hear me 10 seconds later, but one of the ways that you can fix it, but the thing is you have to be quick, is if you're using Android. I don't know if you're using Android on iPhone, but there's a way to do it on iPhone as well and Android. What you do is you basically force close the app, and the space will wait for you 30 seconds to rejoin. Basically, you go to your profile again, then you click on join the space, and you will join the space, and all of the bugs should disappear. But yeah, you have to be very quick with that because otherwise the space will die. You only have 30 seconds to rejoin your own space.
Did you hear what you said on Vinod?
Yeah,
If not,
yeah.
I can
Yeah,
repeat.
that's a very risky thing for me to come back in 30 seconds. But I will try another phone. My wife account, I will be able to do it from there. So I will do that. And we are entering into the last hour. It's 4:13. We'll try to wrap it by 5 or so. So in this last hour, let's bring it back to the topic where we can talk about if if there is a developer who 2 years experience and then this person has not done um, much around the online presence, so where they can start. And let's talk holistically about everything, not just writing but everything that they could do. What would be the first stage, what they can do like now in this next week, building their LinkedIn profile and things like that, and what they can do in next 3 months, and what they can do a long term. So let's talk about that, where we can give some really actionable advice for this person thinking not have not done something to in like 3 months and 6 months they have LinkedIn, GitHub, all different places to have their presence. Again, uh, social site like LinkedIn, and then portfolio, maybe their own portfolio site, maybe a blog, GitHub, then Reddit, Stackflow, and then finally their own blog. So let's have different ideas there. And meanwhile, I will try to connect from a different phone.
All right, Graham. Or go ahead.
Yes. So when Vinod started with that list, I was crying because the first rule, if you're just starting out all this, is pick a damn platform and focus on it. Trust me, the people who manage to maintain 6 or 7 platforms have a lot of practice at managing social media because it's time consuming. It takes a lot of effort. And normally they are people who will forego going out to create content, like it's part of their DNA. So if you're seeing people and you're like, wow, how does that person manage to maintain? It's because they put the time in, and also they've practiced so much that they are quick at creating content. You will be slow. You will be slow when you first start out. And if content creation as part of your networking strategy is on your roadmap, you need to pick a platform. One platform, not 2, not 3, one. First thing you want to do is get to know the platform and the people there in the audience. Make sure it's your crowd, your kind of people. You might have stumbled into a place where you want to talk about quantum physics. You don't want to be doing that on Code Newbie. Not many people are going to be in the right audience. So make sure you're in the right place, that people there talk about the kind of things you want to talk about. Don't try and be the clever person who's like, hey, I want to talk about this subject. Nobody's interested on this platform because you will fail. Once you've found your platform and you've learned your way around it, also your next step's to create some friends. You might think content's the first thing you should be doing. It isn't. It's why so many people on Twitter shout into the void, and then they're like, nobody likes me. Everybody no, you've made no friends. You've made no friends on here. And you need some friends to support the stuff you're doing so that you're not yelling into the void. So go and find some content, not from the gigantic accounts, from accounts that are bigger than you, but not like, the Danny Thompsons and YKs and Francescos of the world, people with a couple of thousand followers who are creating content that's in your field that you enjoy, literally, you actually enjoy it, not you're deliberately trying to comment on that stuff. And if you have something sensible and useful to add to the conversation, add to the conversation. Don't just say, ha ha ha, or this is great, or thank you, because nobody's going to notice that. You see that all the time. But if I do an article on accessibility and you go, hey, have you ever thought about such and such an element and using it in this way? I'm going to pay attention and be like, oh shit, this person has thought about what they're saying. They've obviously read what I've written. I'm going to engage you in conversation. We make a few friends. Once you've got about 100 friends, that's when you go. Start creating content. 50% of it wants to be on a topic that you want to be known for. So if you're just starting your coding journey, your topic can just be learning to be a developer. Don't worry the fact that 1,000 people will have tweeted the stuff that you've tweeted before or written articles on it before. Doesn't matter. That's why you're making friends. Your tone of voice, the way you present things, and everything else is going to make a huge difference to the way that I don't know whose mic's on. Thank you. It's going to make a huge difference to the way that it's received and everything else. Like nothing I've said up here or anybody said up here has not been said before. There is nothing new under the sun. So that is not your concern. Your concern is to just share your perspective, your thoughts, your personality. And like I said, 50% of it needs to be on a topic so that I know that when I look at Upba, I'm like, Upba, he's working on accessibility stuff. He's got a pretty website. I start knowing things about you so that if someone comes along and says, hey, I've got this job. Do you know someone who's got half decent UX skills? I'm like, yeah, go check out this stuff. And if you want an introduction, let me know. That's my job in networking. That's it. My job is not to promote you or anything else. It's if someone asks, my job is to just go, what about this person? Would you like an introduction? Like, that's it. That's the limit. But I have to know about you to be able to do that. There you go. Here endeth today's sermon.
Oh, thank you, Graham, for a low-key shout-out. I appreciate that, man.
You can send money via PayPal.
Oh man, great advice by Graham. Really, it is. Like, and then whatever he's saying, that's how. Like when I started, I did the same thing. Like I started with someone who's starting in 100 days of code. Because yeah, look, if you're in Twitter, look for 100 days of code. If you're starting off, because that's where people, all the new, like the people who's starting off in developer journey, like whether it's web development, cloud development, whatever it is, they always pick a language to start 100 days of code. You can join that. That's one of the reason why we all build community based on that. So thank you so much, Graham. We're gonna go to Excel.
Hello. Yeah, I agree with Graham. I think, man, it's so difficult to be on many platforms at once. I tried that starting out, and it didn't work out. And the thing is, it seems that each platform has its own like cohort of audience. Like I didn't particularly enjoy much of Instagram, and I think I just when going through the different platforms, so Twitter, and it was the one that I resonate the most with, and that's the one that I just stick with. But the thing about each platform as well is how different the algorithms are. Like I tried out TikTok, and it's a very crazy algorithm, because the first post that I did was absolutely nothing special, and I got as many views as my first 30 posts in Twitter. Like it was absolutely insane, because their platform is based on, so when you're starting out, to give you the maximum visibility so that you stay in the platform. Twitter, on the other hand, is just like it gives you no visibility at all at the start, so you're like nobody sees your post or anything. But I think the idea there is commenting on, just like Graham says, on bigger Twitter accounts. I think, yeah, like I get lots of comments that are like, great, and or I like this or something like that, and it's not very memorable. However, it is memorable when you consistently do it. Like I have a person that consistently writes the same thing on every tweet that I do, and I do remember that person for that reason. So I guess it pays off, the consistency, right? I think many platforms have the same thing. Like if you're consistent, you're gonna get results, right? But you have to also study how the platform works. Like Twitter can be with trends. I particularly haven't gotten with it. Like I just prefer not to participate in most of the times. I just do my own thing. That's why I haven't grown so much. But yeah, like if you follow that, but the advice of Graham was on point. Get some friends. I think that's the main thing. If you get like 10 very loyal friends, you're gonna go very far. Like 10 friends is it's a lot. Like if you even have 5, that's great. That's absolutely great. Yeah. Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, no, I like that. And yeah, 10 friends. I think that actually should be the advice. Try and get 10 friends on Twitter. That should be your first step. And by friends, I mean people that you support each other's stuff and you start to get to know that person. Hopefully, have a coffee chat with them. This is the point. It's a social network. You should be socializing. It's not a broadcast network, it's a social network. The same principle applies on nearly every platform. I can't think of many, maybe TikTok's the exception where that you can just literally just post as much content as you want. You don't need to support the people on there. I hate to say that, but that's just put a load of crap out as fast as you can. And it can be mid-level quality as well. You just need to jump on the things that people like and you'll get noticed. Whether it's useful, that's an entirely other conversation for a very different space. The thing I'll say about the making friends thing is you need to make friends. So when you're first starting out, you need to make friends that are the same level as you so that you can help each other, support each other, share things that you're learning, etc., etc. Once you've got your feet under the table and you're into job hunting mode, then I'm going to say you need to be a little more deliberate about who you are spending your time with. You need to try and find the people who are one step above you in the career ladder. So they've landed that junior dev role and they've been there for 6 months, things like that. And you need to connect with those people and ask them smart questions like, what did you do? How did you get the job? What's it like there? Are there any opportunities coming up? And those are the people that you want to slowly foster relationships with. So it's deliberate who you seek out to try and connect with, but don't be false or fake with who you connect with. By that, because it's very nuanced, I mean, reach out to someone that you believe works at a company you want to work at and see if you have something in common and see if you can make friends with that person. But if the conversation doesn't flow and you're not the same sort of people, you've got different senses of humor or different beliefs and thoughts in life, then don't force any relationships. Like, relationships tend to be quite fluid and quite natural. The people you connect with, you tend to get along with them, you like what they say. Occasionally you might disagree and you can have a conversation about that disagreement without them being like, no, you're an idiot and stuff like that. Like, those are the people you want to connect with. And then eventually what you want to do, you want to meet them in person. Like, that's always my aim, at least on Twitter. I think it should be the aim of most people, is find an excuse, whether it's a conference or whatever else, meet in person. Because once you've shaken someone's hand, once you've broke bread with them, once you've shared a few laughs and a joke, or if you like drinking, been out for a few drinks. I know nowadays it's taboo to actually go out and drink alcohol, but I still do it. Once you've done those things, then that person will probably be a friend for years and years and years. I won't say for life, because friendships come and go, but you will be friends for a long time and you will feel in the position where you can finally make an ask. Now, you can make an ask when you haven't met someone in person, as long as you spoke to them a couple of times. But once you've shaken hands with someone, like I said, you're at the point where you can go, hey, I'm looking for something at the moment. Can you help me? And if they can, they will. And there's one last thing I'll say before I shut up on my second sermon of the day, which is this. Your goal when networking is to find some way to add value for the other person. I call it the balance of power. You want to get owed. You want it to be to the point where you've added something to them, and it can just be through smart questions or spotting typos. It doesn't really have to be amazing, but you've added some value for that person, because at that point they will have, if they're the right type of person, 90% of people will then be like, how can I help that person back? And it comes back 10 times over. So just remember that. Your point is to make some friends, try and help them in any way you can. Doesn't matter what level you're at in your career, even if it's just asking a smart question, because that can prompt ideas for other things. And then that's when you then go, right, I've made enough of a connection, I can make an ask. And they will help you, I can assure you.
Awesome. And with that, I am back. I have this is my old account that I was using as a redirect, and the trick that you guys shared worked, and now I can hear everyone who is speaking. And my understanding, when I talk about all these platforms, Graham corrected that don't go after all these platforms, pick one and go after that. Um, and I think LinkedIn as your resume, as your online visibility, your GitHub, and then I guess one platform where you maybe doing articles, and on top of that, more than you're writing, you are making friends. 10 friends I heard that you start with, where you're helping each other, you building the relationship, and that's how you are basically starting your online journey. And going back to the example that how many people notice if you join this space, some people, they have the presence, they have been doing things, they have been connected with the people who are here, and um, that's kind of the results where we're getting. I'm just happy that I'm back, and I can hear everyone, because I was almost feeling like what to do. So I'm happy. With that, I'm gonna go to Utba.
Yeah, I 110% agree with Graham and Excel. One thing that I'm gonna add on top, and specifically why what Graham mentioned, that you want to stick to one and not, try to like build yourself and then move on to the next one as you like. Me personally, when I started this, I actually was heavy on LinkedIn. I used to post things on LinkedIn. I used to connect with people. I try to like, whatever I'm doing on Twitter, I used to use freaking timeline, bunch of stuff, just like tweet. Oh, I did this, I did that. And then I started building up, but then realized that, in in LinkedIn, you don't want to bombard your profile with all the information that you're giving out, whether it's blog posts, whether you're whatever 100 days of code or something like that. What I will say is, if you want to start with LinkedIn first, because that's where all the recruiters, all the hiring managers, all the business owners, small business owners, all the people, kind of like in your own field are there. So start off with LinkedIn. But if you want to build a community, right? If you want to be a part of the community, then I would say come to Twitter, right? But then if you want to start out with Twitter, what one thing that I can assure you is, don't come to Twitter if you want to just get followers, right? Because trust me, no one. Because if you're just gonna come here as you want more followers, you're gonna start giving more information, which is not gonna make sense. So come in a sense, in a way that you want to build a community, you want to be a part of community, and you want to share what you're learning and the knowledge that you're gaining with the community. So what I will reiterate what Graham says, that yeah, if you're posting something that is 10,000 other people already posted, do it, because they posted what you're about to post, but in your mind, right, this is a new knowledge for you, right? This is something that you completely like learning, based on how you're going about in your career. To share that, don't worry about, oh my god, like, I have other people already posted. No, don't worry about that. Post, right? And then be active at a sense, like, let's say for example, if I post something about it and Graham said it's like, give it a, like, maybe he says like, oh, good job, or maybe like, hey, good, then involve him in the conversation. It's like, hey, thank you so much. What is it that you like about my post? Start a meaningful conversation. That's how you start building relationship. But if you come in the sake of like, hey, I posted this and then call it a day. No, you have to engage. But with that in mind, you still want to give priority to your learning first, because yeah, these things are good, but your learning is a number one priority, right? Which means that if you want to sacrifice social media, do it, right? If you can be on a space, every space, do it, right? Don't be on a Twitter 24/7. Learn. Like for me, for example, I've been in a Twitter space pretty much all morning. The reason why is because my job is a little bit more laid back, right? So I have a time to jump in space and maybe either speak. Sometimes I don't speak, I just listen. But my time for coding and learning is from 7 p.m. to 11. No one on earth come and disturb me because they already know I'm learning. My friends know, my parents, my family knows. Like I literally put on myself and do not disturb, right? Because I don't want anyone disturbing me. There's a time for me to learn. That's my time. But if you can set that, do it. Then you can be in Twitter space 24, like in the morning all day, no problem. But if you're not, if you wake up in the morning, if you have a little bit of time before going to the work, to utilize that to learn. And if you come from work and you have a little bit of time before you spend time with your family, or maybe you have something else, use that to learn. But learning is a number one priority. After that, you want to build yourself a community in the Twitter, right? That's something that I actually learned, but in a hard way. But I'm trying to avoid Twitter. But the reason why I come here, this is the reason why I come to a lot of spaces, because I do have some time in the morning, you know.
Should I go? I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with it, but and I think one of the things that I wanted to say as well, like if you are going to take this journey seriously, like build your presence online, it's a long journey. I think it has been like 8 months for me. And just make sure, even though if you're gonna use a single platform, if you have sort of created like a unique username or something, you might want to reserve it in other platforms. So even though if you don't use that account, but just reserve it, right? Just have your unique username in Instagram and the other platforms, just so that it comes the day where you want to share your content in different platforms. You already have that account. And in terms of LinkedIn is like an interesting choice. Like I have a bigger presence in LinkedIn than I do in Twitter, but I kind of feel more uncomfortable in LinkedIn because I have all of my colleagues in there and bosses and everything else. So it feels kind of weird sometimes. Posting. It's not that I'm posting terrible things in Twitter, but it just feels a little bit less relaxed. If your presence is really small on LinkedIn, then probably it's not the same feeling. But yeah, I have felt that. So generally, I would like my strategy would be to post. I think the reason why I opened the Twitter account was that I was super inexperienced in social media and I wanted to try out. And I think Twitter, it's a great platform for experimenting. I don't know if LinkedIn is such a great platform to experiment. So yeah, you might want to try first with a more laid back platform like Twitter, and then go to a more refined platform like LinkedIn. That said, there are many people using LinkedIn as a very successful platform, and yeah, so take my word with a grain of salt. But yeah, that's my opinion about it.
You're 100% right. And that was one of my challenges as well with LinkedIn, especially during the office. Should I comment or not, or should I post or not? In fact, I posted couple of things initially. I think earlier this year, that hey, look, my entire week of schedule is already pre-scheduled. I mean, posts are pre-scheduled, so my office people won't think that I'm posting during the office time and I'm not working. So there was hesitation, right? There was hesitation. And then I was doing more in the Twitter, and then I found from different contexts, and somebody told me from office, hey, I follow you on Twitter and these are great. And I got sure. Now now I don't have that freedom relax that I that I had before. But um it is To the point, and I think many people will face that. I have done more harm to myself than benefit by thinking who will read, what they will think about me, and especially people who who I know from my community or from my friend circle, or the people who I know from my office. I posted my first YouTube video, I believe September 2022, and it was 21 actually, and it was so much thinking, like who will read it, what they will, who will see it. I don't even have the right pronunciation. I don't even speak properly, meaning I take pauses when I'm talking. So I had so much to think about, and then when I started posting, nobody, there was no views, and then I was like, oh, nobody's reading. And then I was able to tell myself, it is a good thing nobody's reading, so you're free to do whatever you want to do, so don't worry. And I mean, it's been some time. I post all type of videos, sometime without editing, and same thing with LinkedIn and Twitter. So um, two things. Udba said, if you're looking for a job, if you're a junior developer, and the end game is to build a presence that a hiring manager or recruiter can see, LinkedIn, no matter what, is a platform, right? It is a platform, and you post there. And if to get over those inertia, you can be more formal post or something like that. And initially, no matter what, you will be using curated content anyway, and things like that. So that, and then GitHub is where you can you can show your work, as well as connect with open source project. There are whole lot of discussion around what to post, what not to post on GitHub, what, how big your project should be or small. We're not covering that part here, but having some activity on LinkedIn and GitHub would be tremendous. And then the last thing, where Udba was saying that he has reserved his time um, for a study. And I wanted to add there, sometime creation of content does not have to be a separate activity. There are many people who spoke about going outside the Twitter, doing the thing, and then bringing those thing and posting about those thing in Twitter. And same thing with LinkedIn has been a great strategy, which one, make you more authentic. Second, you don't have to come up with a write-up, because you have done something. You just have to convert that into some kind of message. So that is a great approach in connecting again. Let's say Udba rates something for 7 to 11 p.m., and then he spend how many, 3 hours, no, 4 hours, right? 4 hours, and then he can take another 15 minutes to summarize that 4 hour of whatever learning that he had, and make a post, one or multiple post, and schedule it for the next day. And that's a tremendous approach for creating content without actually spending another 2 hours on your busy schedule. So I wanted to add that, and then we'll give mic back to Udba.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. One thing I forgot. Yeah. The GitHub. Do not forget GitHub, because so so let me go back in this, right? So you're learning to code. Let's say you switch careers, you're learning to code now. Now you probably have a previous background into maybe some sort of like chemical engineer, electric engineer, doctor, physician, lawyer, whatever that you have. You still already have a foundation, which means that you already have a connections there, right? So switching career should not be like you don't think like, oh my god, like I just switched career, I have to start from ground zero, right? No, you can definitely gather a lot of like knowledge that you have learned in that previous career into this one. So you can always go back to like LinkedIn. I'll be like, hey, first thing I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm switching to this right now. I'm gonna start sharing what I'm learning, right? And then I'm gonna also start contributing into GitHub, maybe, contributing your projects that you're doing or learning. What I actually did in starting, I want to get, sometimes a new developer, they're always looking for those green boxes. So what I did is anything that I'm learning, first thing first, I learned to git or git command on a GitHub, and then I initialize my project, whatever I'm learning. And as I'm going, I'm contributing, which means that I'm gathering all those green boxes as I'm learning. I'm building slowly but surely, right? And then once I have a little bit more, kind of like traffic going on GitHub, LinkedIn, right? And then I'm learning, then I start coming to Twitter, because the whole point of me coming to Twitter is not because I wanted to gain followers or whatever. It's because I wanted to be a part of community. The reason why is because I'm a self-taught developer, right? I didn't go to any boot camp. I never got a degree like in computer science. So as a self-taught developer, it's really hard to be engaged into a community, right? Because you're not meeting with developers, you're not working with developers on a daily basis, you're not going to the meetups. And I mean, if you have a meetup, that's really good, but let's say a lot of people don't have a meetup in their area, or maybe in their city, right? So coming to Twitter, joining these spaces, and then share your valuable values. If you're not going to share your values, that's not going to be, then don't the purpose of your being in Twitter is nothing, right? Because you're not going to be sitting here and sharing your personal stories, because no one cares about your personal stories, unless you're Kim Kardashian's family, but if you're not that, I mean, if you want to be part of community, you want to share relevant, and specifically relevant to what you're learning and what career you are, directing to, So that's something that it's part of it, right? I'm learning, and I'm genuinely really happy among like being people like Minot, Graham, and Axel, because I learn from these people every single day. Like I go to this tech community, hosted by Jason. Graham comes there and he gives his 2 cents and because he's one of the experienced person I met, in terms of his writing, tech writing. I'm learning tech writing now. Guess what I'm gonna go to? Graham, right? If I want to learn more like a history or something that someone is already have a knowledge in terms of like development side, I'm gonna go to Excel. If Vinod and the people like Decibel, like the purpose of you is you want to connect and share value and get value, and then send DMs. If you don't want to send DM, tell them, hey man, I'm learning this, I want to contribute. Do you have an open source project? Maybe Graham has a lot of open source projects that you can contribute to, or maybe he can direct you somewhere where it might be useful to you, right? So these are the things that you have to keep in mind when you are using. And then also really, really, really important is, whether you're using Twitter, whether you're using LinkedIn, you always want to maintain that professionalism. You don't want to become across rude or anything, because people, you don't never know. In LinkedIn, you already know there's a tons of recruiters and everything. But in Twitter, all those recruiters are in Twitter as well as part of this community. So you might be like, oh, I'm LinkedIn, you're something else, but in Twitter, you're something else. No, do not do that. You want to maintain the same professionalism as you're in LinkedIn, and then as you're part of Twitter, right? That's something I want to. And then once you have this, community build up, you're kind of like meet with people. You have like, see, if I want to joke around with Graham, I've been with Space so many times that I understand how his personality is. So I'm comfortable enough to have joke with him, or maybe joke with Vinod or XL, right? But if I'm like starting off and I just jump into the Twitter and I'm in the spaces and I'm just like, yo, what's going on, man? What's happening? Nah, then they'll be like, what is it? That's not, people are gonna feel awkward. Like, yo, I don't even know you. Why are you talking to me like that? So these things has to be in mind when you approach, because you are online now and people all around the world following you. So you have to be a best of yourself to showcase yourself in public.
You just dropped crazy amount of value here, and just one mistake where you talk, you said good thing about Graham again, so I don't know how you're gonna react. But other than that, it was amazing. You summarized everything well. Thank you. Um, I would go to a Decibel, and after that, we'll start wrapping up. So over to you, Decibel.
Yep, thank you, Bino. That's really fast. Just I want just to support the Axel comments. You need to know that you are not alone in your feeling about uh, Twitter versus LinkedIn. Bino is the second, and we are three already. You know, it's like I've been thinking on the same one as you related if I should post or not the same content on LinkedIn. In fact, if you can check my to-do list, there is one already is posting on LinkedIn as well, you know? And but I don't know, for some reason, I feel lazy to do it. But one thing that I have discovered recently, I have to be honest, probably in the last 10 days about uh, Twitter, is like it's the best play to share your feeling, to know that you are not alone in this world with your positive or your negative feeling and ideas and sensation, you know? So yeah, definitely you are not alone. Yeah, we feel the same one. And second, I think LinkedIn is a really bit different. Is to Twitter in that sense. It's like it's what you say. You have your coworker over there. Everybody at your same level. You know, and you feel like that is the right content for here. They are my boss, my bosses, my tele or whatever, or it's reading me the recruiter decide if I post something to low level. You know, it's a lot of feeling that you can have that are not the best. So in that sense, my recommendation and what I'm doing is like use Twitter for like a free speech. You know, that is uh, my main approach right now. So same as you, I can feel. And thank you.
Thank you.
I guess like the difference there with LinkedIn and Twitter is like if you are a student, right? Like I think that was the use case that Udba was commenting, right? Is if you're a student, if you're someone that doesn't have a job, then it feels very, very different than when you already have a job or already have several years of experience because you have the company name there. You have the name, the company that you're sort of representing. So everything that you say can also hurt the company, right? So as I said, it's not that you're posting something that you are ashamed of. For example, I would post here in Twitter a meme, right? That maybe I would have posted in LinkedIn, right? It's not, it's because you have to take care of the image of the company that you're working for. But if you're not working for a company, right? If you're a student, especially if you're posting only tech content, like for example, 100 days of code, that's a great thing to post, right? So I think that's where the difference lies, right? When you're already in the corporate world, you're representing a company. You, for example, here in Twitter, I don't have my company name because I don't want that, right? The opinions here are my own. I don't want them to be interlinked. But at some point, these worlds will merge. So I know this, right? As I gain and gain more audience, there will come a point that where these worlds will merge, and I will have to be more careful with what I do in Twitter because that might have an effect on the outside or for the company. So yeah, you want to always reflect. I think what Udva said was on point. You always want to reflect the values of who you are, independent of each platform where you are. So don't be a terrible person in Twitter if you're not. Just be, if you're a nice person, just be a nice person in each platform. But I think what Twitter allowed me was a little bit more experimentation, doing this kind of meme stuff, making some jokes or anything like that, that I wouldn't be like feeling very free to do on LinkedIn. So I think that's where the difference lies.
Yes, absolutely. Agree 100% with you.
Same here. And especially, I mean, my comment would be that don't post anything on LinkedIn that you don't want your employer to see, and you don't want your hiring manager or recruiter to see as well. And once, it was probably 10 years ago, there was a chance, I did a phone screening for one of the developer, and then on, so I always do a Google search, and it was before Twitter. It was 10 years ago sometime, when these tools was not that powerful. But I found, I think, a page on Facebook or something where it was all sort of different things, language, confrontation, unnecessary confrontation with unnecessary language on her profile. And I didn't proceed with the further round of interview just because what I saw there. So it can impact in different ways. So yeah, over to Graham.
Yeah, so I'll be quick, as I know you said you wanted to start getting towards a wrap up. Not just LinkedIn, all your socials, everybody. Make sure there's nothing on there that touches religion, race, gender. Like I understand if you want to talk about these things, we do need to talk about these things. But if you are job hunting, delete the damn things. And when you're employed, be very careful. Look, companies are very, very protective of their brand because it costs a lot of money, effort, and time in order to build a brand up. And you are an extension of that brand. So don't just run your mouth, be thoughtful. Like, if you want to have those conversations, have them behind closed doors with friends or on a medium that is suitable. Your social media is not the place to have them. It will come back to hurt you. We've all seen celebrities get cancelled for something they said 10 years ago. So, okay, you're not a celebrity, but if that can happen, just imagine it can happen to you, especially if you job hunter. At least make sure, worst case, go through your last 3 months worth of stuff and just delete anything at all that touches on those subjects. You just don't want to be there, because even if you're on the right side of the conversation, it looks like you're going to be engaging in things that are risky, and your whole point when you're trying to get employed is to de-risk for the company. They're not. This is like the misconception. We think they're looking for the best candidate, but what they're actually looking for is a candidate who's good, who is the least risk. That's what they're really looking for. So make yourself as marketable and as employable as possible. That doesn't mean you can't have fun. It doesn't mean you can't have a joke, but just bear in mind there is a line of things that you should probably just talk about with your friends, not on social media. So yes, I'll just say that one. And then as we are wrapping up, someone said it earlier, I can't remember who, but this is about marketing yourself. So have that in the back of your head when deciding what to post. So I'm not saying everything. I'm just saying, like, some stuff every once in a while when you're posting things, especially if you're doing like the 100 days of learning. Don't just do a single tweet on it. Do maybe 2 or 3 tweets. Say what you learned that day, and then try and share some knowledge with other people in the following tweets. Like, the whole point is to demonstrate that you've learned this well enough that you can explain it to someone else. So take advantage of the fact that learning took you 6 to 8 hours. The tweet takes you 15 minutes. Put an extra 5 minutes on there. Make it that little bit better, because at the end of it, you want to be able to show very easily, I am capable. I can do this. And the final thing, sorry, I was going to shut up, but I will say this. people always say, I want a mentor. You hear people say it a lot. Now, I'm on the side of, I think you should join a community over getting a mentor. But if you want to be mentored, you have to make yourself mentorable. And you know who mentors go to? And because it's not often people reaching out, it's that mentors will volunteer. It's the people who look like it's worth investing their time in. Loads of people want to mentor other people, but they are short of time. So they want to see the people who are consistent, who will put the extra bit of effort in, who will take feedback on board. Be that person. Be the person who will do the extra 5%. So that's all it is. It's not an extra 100%, it's extra 5%. You just need to be slightly better than everyone else at your level. Be the person who, if someone gives you constructive feedback in a message underneath something you posted, takes that on board, assuming it is constructive and not someone being an asshole. And be the person who just always is like, if someone's talking to them, they try and support people, they try to be nice. Like, and be the person who shows up. I know I added a fourth and there, but you know what I mean. Like, it was meant to be 3 points. I lost my train of thought. Sue me. Those were the three main ones. Like, be the person who shows up all the time, because skill is less important than consistency. And I can tell you that from experience, where I'm, how do I say this without sounding arrogant? I'm pretty skilled at crafting tweets if I want to be, but I don't put the effort in. That's the key. Like, I could explode on this platform if I actually put the effort in, but I don't. I like spaces. And it's come back to haunt me today, because I've put the effort into the wrong places, and I'm currently job hunting like a lot of you in the audience, and I should have been putting the effort into putting my best foot forward and showing off where my skills are. So I now have to do all that work. Don't do what I did. Do the work now, and then when it comes to the time that you need to actually leverage your social presence, you can leverage it. Otherwise, you then have to do all of that work all over again, and you end up having to do a me, which will be releasing 30 articles in 30 days and all sorts of other stuff, which you'll all see very soon. But take it from me. Start building now, build well, and use social media as if it is actually important for your job hunting, because it can certainly help you. And trust me, if a company reaches out to you while they're reaching out to them, it's your job to lose rather than your job to win. And that is a very different conversation and much less difficult. There you go. I think that's my third sermon of the day. So on that note, I will shut up for the rest of the space. And thank you so much, Vinod, for hosting, and for everyone else who joined us.
Well, I will not try to summarize in any way, because these are solid, solid summary in itself. All great points. I will just add this. This entire space was to build the online presence, and you don't want to build your online presence in the wrong way. And all the points that Graham has summarized are crucial. And with that, I will. I want to do two things real quick. Today, we talk about a junior developer, how to build an online presence for this person. We talk about what online presence mean. Raviji started with sharing how he used other people online presence in hiring decision and reaching out, understanding about a person before the interview start, right before even first call, right at the screening, resume screening. So that so we talk about all the benefits, different platform, and we talk about some really actionable skills, including what you can do today. How can you start, even though you have no idea about any of these platform, method, process, or even if it comes to writing. Writing is just one of the method, and then there are other things such as GitHub was very prominently came in this discussion. Does not involve writing, but doing things in public on your GitHub or on your with other people on social. Um, and we also touch about all different things that can kind of become bottleneck, either created by yourself or other people if they're trolling you. Now, this is a series that we are going through. I take extra effort to to download, turn into YouTube, build a playlist there so everybody can kind of access it in a sequential manner. There was so much effort was added by everyone on the speaker table. So highly recommended that you go back and listen to those. There were some additional spaces that was linked here by other speakers, other people. I remember one which is very useful, which will be very useful, by Graham and um, Ritik, that has been added in the comment section, that talk about how to start writing, how to start building your momentum there. Um, I have my own personal journey of 1.5 year where I started with hobby and now trying to turn into a product. So if anybody need help, tip to get going, create momentum, I will always be available. As I said last time, I respond to every DM. I don't get thousands and thousands of DMs, so I can still manage. It takes some time. Like, I probably won't respond to any of those tonight, but will respond tomorrow. And my office time also impact, but regardless, I will be there to help. And then I will close by saying the next week, next space would be about interviews. And one thing that I want to focus on that is how to create your stories based on all the work that you have done. And again, if you have 2 years experience, you've learned the skills, you have done the project. So how you can build a story almost like an FAQ document that you take to the interview, and then you able to answer, highlight the thing that you've done, highlight the challenges that you have solved, and highlight the project that you have built, um, all that kind of thing. And then finally, many people have said, including Graham, just touched upon it. Consistency is more important than a skill, or consistency is doing something for a month, and then 3 months, and then for 6 months. And like Sam, who has been doing it for 2 years, having that kind of consistency and long term goal would be the key while building this online presence, where you start with a mindset of how this can help you in the interview, how this can make you visible when you apply to a job and they're searching for you, or if a hiring manager has some kind of need and they're searching in Google or LinkedIn for a specific type of person, a specific type of a skill, how can you be the person in their search results? So all that great benefit, but it will take time. You have to have a short-term and short-term action plan and long-term vision to make it happen. So with that, I will. I will request Udba to have your closing remark. So, Mike, to you.
Yeah, yeah. This was such an amazing space. Vinod. Shout out to Vinod, man. If you're all taking a lot of like good values, shout out to everyone. Go follow them, including Graham. He's gonna say don't follow, but go follow Graham. Follow everyone. Vinod's literally taking his time, personal time out from his life, and then giving opportunity to everyone to come and speak, share value, give value. You know what I mean? So, make sure you follow this, Vinod. Make sure you follow Vinod. Check out his content. Show him some love. He does it for everyone. And my closing thought is, whatever you're doing, right? Make sure you put your 100% effort into it, right? At the end of the day, you're doing it to benefit yourself, right? And you're doing it to benefit other people, right? Whether you're just starting off, whether you're already halfway to your career, does not matter. The matter is whatever you're learning, whatever you are doing, share with people. That's the basic example of online presence. Is if you wanna be a presence online, you wanna share content, whatever you're learning, share with other people. Start off with LinkedIn. Make sure you're good at LinkedIn. Connect with people on LinkedIn, and then once you're create some sort of credibility on LinkedIn, then you can move on to other platform like Twitter or Instagram, whatever you like, wherever you're comfortable with. But make sure your ultimate goal is if you're job hunting, right? Your ultimate goal is to learn and apply so that way you can get a job right away, because that's our ultimate goal, right?
Thank you, Udba. And follow my other account that is listed as host with the green background. Don't follow this one. This I created this just to redirect to the main account when I change the username. So follow that, and I'm gonna do this script that I learned from Graham. You're here in the Twitter space. We are talking about online presence. Look at your right, look at your left, and look at your bottom, and look at your up. That didn't come out good. Look at everywhere and follow people who are there in your listening section, as well as people who are in the speaker section. They have spent their time, effort to contribute humongous value with you. So give some love. They will continue to give value to you, and there's so much that you can learn from that. All right, with that, I will hand over to Graham.
Well, you completely threw me off there. What are you heading to me for? I was rejoining the space because I lost connection.
Oh, I was repeating the script that I learned from you, and there was a point where I was saying, look at your left, right, left, top, and bottom, and that didn't sound that good. But I still finished the sentence.
So what you're saying?
I couldn't deliver. I couldn't deliver as good as you do.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you want me to dance monkey dance for you and do the little thing.
No, that sound even bad. I would never tell you do that, even though I love that speech.
So here we go. So basically, I would never tell you to do that, but if you don't, I'll be disappointed. So it's emotional blackmail rather than bullying me. Okay, got it. Good. Right, here we go then. Oh, dance monkey dance time. Here we go. People. We hope that you have enjoyed this space. It has been amazing. There has been a lot of value dropped on stage today. So much value. In fact, you should be paying to be here. So if you haven't done it, the first thing you need to do is click on Vinod's face. And we're talking about the Vinod in the top left, not the Vinod down there. The Vinod in the top left, click on his face, give him a follow. Doesn't care if you don't like him. I don't care. He's put the time and effort into running this space together for you. Click on his face. While you're at it, click on Utbaz as well, because Utbaz has done an amazing job at keeping everything flowing, even when Vinod's phone completely gave up the ghost. Certainly deserves a follow. And he said at least one smart thing, I think. I'm sure he said something smart in the space, so he deserves a follow. But more importantly than that, there are other people in the room who have the same interests as you. It's a social network. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Social network. The key's in the name. So be sociable. Click on the face of the person to the left of you, if there is someone to the left of you. Check out their timeline. See if you like what they have to say. If anything resonates with you, reach out. Either leave a useful comment under some of their stuff, give them a follow, even drop them a DM if you're feeling brave. But we haven't covered DMs today. Just don't say just hi. Say something useful. There you go. Then click on someone's face to your right as well. And then, as Vinod was saying, the people who are on top of you, the people who are below you, click on them as well. Because you know what? If someone's already on top of you, you might as well click them. That's only polite. If someone's oh, sorry, you meant above you, not on top of you. Sorry, this is a different space, different conversation. Yeah, people who are above you in the space, not on top of you, very different, very different. Check them out as well. And then once you've done all of that, write one thing down that you're going to do after this space, an actionable point. Like there's been 100 useful things shared. No point just sitting there listening. Like take something away from the space, put it into action this week, and then next week when Vinod runs the space, come up on stage and tell us what you put into action and whether it's had any effect whatsoever on you. So on that note, everyone, I just want to thank everyone who has come and spoken, everyone who's been listening, all of the amazing comments that we didn't even get through in the comments section. And I want you all to just know this. It's a new week tomorrow, so make it a week of networking, getting to know people, putting your best foot forward. And above all, don't follow me. See you soon, everyone.
Wow. Awesome. See, I probably have delivered like 5% today. Yesterday, last time I reached to the 10% mark, but today was bad. With that, I want to shout out to Raul in the listening section, my friend Dallas. Thank you so much for joining. Clara, you've been here for the entire time. It means a lot. Thank you so much. I hope you get the value. There's so many great people in this listening section as well as on the stage. Um, so thanks everyone. Axel and Decibel, do you have any closing remark?
Yeah, no, thank you for the space. I joined late, but I enjoy it as a speaker and as a listener as well. I learned a lot from the people of the space. So yeah, definitely, let's do it again. And yeah, please give it a follow, give him some love, give him some likes, give him some follows. Yeah, thank you very much for the space.
And from me, yeah, just I want to say thank you, all of you.
I also want to say I want everyone to give him a round of applause to Vinod. That would be a nice thing to do in space. Give him a round of applause. It's gonna be nice. Let him see how much you support him.
Thank you so much. That's so nice. All right, with that, oops. All right, with that, bye everyone. Have a great rest of the evening. We'll see each other again next week. It will be around interviews and especially focus on how to package everything that you have done uh, to highlight in your interview. So with that, thanks everyone for joining. You gave your Sunday and means a lot. We'll see you again next week.